The trees have witnessed it all. 4 miles of serpentine blacktop etched through the woods of Wisconsin like a scar of speed. From deafening horsepower to screeching heartbreak. Established in 1955, it's rich with history, but history moves fast. Road America, a shining jewel in the crown of American motorsports. For nearly 70 years, drivers have come here not just to race, but to conquer. Every turn tells a story. Every straightaway, a sprint into legend. Today, the Trans Am Series returns, bringing with it fire-breathing monsters and a season with as many twists and turns as this iconic course. For Paul Menard, this is more than a race. It's a homecoming. The Wisconsin native leads the TA standings, but he's got company. Chris Dyson is the only TA driver in the field with a Road America win. And last week in Ohio, Matthew Brabom dominated, leading wire to wire. In TA2, 14-year-old Tristan McKee shattered the field last week, set a course record, and became the second youngest winner in Trans Am history. He's taken the points lead from Thomas Annunziata, who enters the second half of this season itching to floor it. The track remembers the bowl, and the rest become tire marks on the pavement. This is the Trans Am Racing Series presented by Pirelli. They call Road America America's National Park of Speed, a 4-mile stretch of asphalt that slices through the Wisconsin countryside, through places like Moraine Sweep, Hurry Down, Kettle Bottoms, and of course, Under Valley. Today is the playground of the 900 horsepower monsters of the Trans Am Series, presented by Pirelli, live right here, right now on Speed Sport 1. Hi everybody, Ralph Shaheen with you here at Road America alongside my good buddy Andy Lally. It is hot. I'm sure it's hot everywhere you folks are as well, but it's going to be a warm one for the drivers today. What else is hot is the championship fight at the top, because we've got some really fast guys. Paul Menard, Adam Andretti, Tommy Dreese, Chris Dyson still alive in this thing. Everybody needs to get 100 miles in today, Andy, and maximize those points.
We've got our hometown hero, Paul Menard. He's won here in Xfinity before. Obviously, he's going to be quick here, but we've got a Dyson Racing Sweep that those Jim Weed cars are taking up the entire front row with Brabom and Dyson here, trying to make their charge back. Chris obviously way down in the points. All he cares about is a win, and Brabom doesn't even know when he's going to be racing week to week like this. We're hoping Masood gets back here soon, but in the meantime, Brabom has been absolutely really just driving his butt off and putting on a big show here, and he's done it again here on the pole.
Yeah, he's absolutely stellar. 2 weeks in a row, 2 poles. Matty Brabham just showing the speed, and if Masood or Chris aren't careful, there's going to be another guy as the full-time guy over there, right?
He is earning the spot. Yeah.
He is definitely earning the spot. Well, we had a chance to meet the man himself, Matt Brabham.
Hey there, I'm Matt Brabham. I'm driving here in the Jim Weed Ford Mustang for Chris Dyson Racing. I've done a couple races this year and been racing other stuff as well, other series, but yeah, glad to be here. My story and how I got here is quite a bit different to most. I've raced almost every single series in the world except for Formula One. I've raced IndyCar, I've raced V8 supercars in Australia. I've raced sports cars, I've raced Baja or off-road, and then finally here, I have a home here in Trans Am with Chris Dyson Racing, and yeah, I mean, it's been an up and down path, but no, these beasts, out of all the cars that I've driven, are some of the most fun I've ever driven. I think what makes Trans Am the most fun everything I've driven before is just the raw mentality of it. You know, there's no ABS, there's no traction control. We got 900 horsepower, we got flames spitting out the side, so it's just a raw, pure form of motorsport. It kind of reminds me of the old school stuff, you know, especially listening to my dad talk about the old stories and my grandfather when they raced. And it's just pure motorsport, which is rare to find these days. I've been jumping in and out this year, so it's been a little bit of a challenge. But no, I'm used to that kind of stuff. I mean, I've always been that guy in reserve. I feel like my whole career I've always been on the sidelines, ready to go, and I'll do 1 or 2 races and do really well. So, I mean, I don't have to prove anything, but for me personally, I like to make the most of my chances, and yeah, especially all the guys give me a hard time. They're like, why are you pushing so hard in practice? Like, you're making us look bad. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know how many practice sessions I'm going to get. You know, I might have to jump out here and hand the car over to someone else. So, no, I love to go out there and lay it down on the line. And yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not trying to prove anything, but for sure I have that little bit of an added fire to get the most out of it when I do get a shot. Yeah, so obviously I got a little bit of a name. You know, there's some good names in the Trans Am series. So my family heritage obviously started with my grandfather. I grew up with him on the Gold Coast in Australia, so I got to spend a lot of time with him growing up. Definitely an old school, you know, rough on the edges kind of guy. But yeah, I mean, obviously he raced Formula One, won all the championships that he did. My dad. Racing here in the States in sports cars, and then obviously my uncles that race as well. So yeah, a lot of family history. My mom, she races jet skis, and she was you know, obviously racing the World Finals and a factory rider. So yeah, I mean, even from my mom, my dad, everyone in our family races, and it's so cool to be a part of a racing family that understands how it all works.
What an incredible family lineage the Braboms have. I mean, all the way from the top at Sir Jack, working your way down. I mean, it's just every single one of them a winner.
The racetracks and the diversity that he has in his portfolio, it's massively surprising that he's not full-time.
Yep, well, maybe soon, the way he keeps going. All right, we will be right back to Road America, America's National Park of Speed, for racing here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin with Trans Am. Stay with us on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back here live at Road America, getting closer to the start of today's 100-mile Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli event. But before we can fire the cars up, we got to go down trackside for some pre-race ceremonies and our fan walk. Let's introduce you now to the third member of our broadcast crew. Here's Ben Sissel. Hey, Ben.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ralph. I'm down here for the Road America Speed Tour. It is absolutely fantastic weather here on the hot pit lane for the fan walk. This is going to be so much fun. This is TA, GT1, XGT, SGT, and GT. We have a ton of new cars, a lot of new drivers. One of our GT1 drivers right here in this beautiful 00, Ray Cobb's to theme. It looks like a wedge of cheddar cheese here in the Dairy State. Are you having fun here?
I'm having a great time. Thank my family. Want to thank my car chief, Mark Myson. It's awesome to be out here on a beautiful Saturday running with some of the best drivers in the United States.
I love it. Well, Ray, have fun out there. This is kind of a home track for Rockford, Illinois. Myson over there, so a little bit of pressure on you.
Amen. I'm feeling it.
Nice. I love it. Well, have fun out there. I'm liking the hat. Very good. We've got a few GT1 cars. Then we'll come over here running SGT and doing really well from the state of Iowa, Josh Carlson. Josh, how's it going?
It's going all right. I started pulling class, so.
Yeah, and you've got your last year's rival, Kaylee Bryson, who's now an XGT right next to you. Will you be friendly going into Cube 3, Turn 1?
I guess.
We'll see, right? We'll see. Now, we've got some Josh Carlson fans over here. You guys look good. Are you having fun?
Yeah! Yes, sir!
Absolutely.
Do you have a favorite here?
Yeah. Oh, Josh Carlson all the way.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh Carlson.
Josh Carlson.
Really? Okay, we got a lot of Josh Carlson fans out here. I like that. I like that. XGT, Kaylee Bryson over here in her Corvette. We have two females in the race. Both of them are in Corvettes. Oh, I'm sorry. But how you feeling about Road America in this crowd, Kaylee?
I'm really excited. This is honestly one of my favorite tracks. This place in Watkins Glen, this place is a lot of fun to drive around. I've got a super fast car. We are actually about 4 seconds faster than we were last year from the switch to SGT to XGT. So really excited to get out there, see what we can do, and hopefully put this thing on the top step.
Nice. I love it. Well, Kaylee Bryson all the way from Oklahoma, Broken Arrow. Then we're going to come over here. So we got Boris Said. The legend Boris Said is with his buddy Colin Comer. And last year, I walked through the tent. Get in here, Boris. Because he was trying to talk Colin Comer into running GT1. He brought this beautiful Mountain Dew car out here. Qualified P1. How's that feel, Colin?
Well, it feels pretty good. Wasn't expecting that.
What were you expecting, Boris?
Well, I knew. Like, this guy knows more about old Mustangs than probably anybody in the country. That's what he does. Buys, restores, sells them. But he's a driver. And his friend P.D. Cunningham, you know, who's the star of Road America, he's on the board here. He always takes the spotlight. But I'm like, nope, today it's Colin. And I'm going to bet that even with a pit stop, he's going to win this race.
Yeah, you have kind of a mandatory pit stop unless things go your way because your fuel cell's a little bit too small.
Right. We are running a 1994 car with a 1994 size fuel cell. So we're about 10 gallons short to do 100 miles. So see how it plays into our favor or not into our favor. But we'll try to do a 4-minute pit stop under yellow and get back out there and catch up.
Nice. I love it. And Boris Said's going to be his spotter today, trying to give him some good advice out there. I'm sure he's just going to say, put that right foot down. Then John DeGainer over here, our longtime now GT1 competitor in this Ron Fellows car. Your buddy Colin, you guys are tent to tent with each other. You're neck and neck out here. How's this feel?
Well, I'm looking forward to running with Colin for a full race. We'll see. We've run in a lot of vintage races together, and now we get a chance to run in this 100-mile GT1 race, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We've been talking back and forth. He's got a really fast car. We'll see how it goes over the full 100-mile race.
I love it. I love it. And we've had some good ice cream here in the Dairy State this weekend,
yes,
too.
We have.
Had some good meetings, no problem. Yeah, so yeah, I paid off my debts there. Amy Ruman coming by. Amy Ruman, were you getting Brandon Jones' autograph? Yeah, I love it. So the other Corvette, the Valley Chevy network of dealers and McNichols. So you're here at Road America. The crowds are always good. You feeling good?
Yeah, we had a bit of a tough weekend. Obviously, we had a mechanical issue in practice yesterday morning, so we missed qualifier. But part came in overnight this morning, got it at 9:15. The team did a heck of a job putting it back together. They're relentless. I can't thank them enough for all their hard work. So we'll be back in action today. We're excited. Sun's shining. The fans are here. It should be a great day at Road America.
I love it. The Ruman family, McNichol Chevrolet, they never give up. We love that. We'll come over here. Speaking of that, Brandon Jones is joining us in this beautiful Masterforce Tools, the Menards car, the car that I know Paul Menard in last year winning a championship. But you're starting from the back in TA because last night, you know, you're competing in the Xfinity Series, winning stages and all that. Are you happy to be here at Road America?
You know what's fun about running this paint scheme is Paul won in it last year, and now it's all over all these posters. So it makes me look really good. But, no, I am. I'm excited to be here and just having fun in this garage. This is such a fun series to be a part of. And having a good run last night. Looking forward to carry some momentum into today.
Nice. I love it. We'll look for Brandon Jones out there and the number 31. Beautiful Mustang. We're coming through here. I do have to make it to the front, but we're at Road America, and look at this livery on this car for David Pinterick. Then we've got Tommy Dreesy over here in this beautiful Trent Shoring. Then from the state of Wisconsin is Paul Menard in this Pittsburgh Paints and Stains Premier car. So look out for that. We're going to be hearing from his son and daughter giving the start command, Bo and Remy. Super excited about that. And we have a lot of the Menards team here. You know, we're in Menards country here of Wisconsin. Adam Andretti doing really well in the points this year in this top liner car. We were talking, we're kind of neighbors in the campground. And you say you kind of, you know, it's all about winning the race. It's not qualifying. You admit yourself you're kind of a slow qualifier, but you let the race come to you. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been known for my necessarily one-lap qualifying pace. It doesn't mean you don't work at it and try and get better at it. I'm definitely studying these guys that are faster than me and studying definitely people like Matthew Brabom and what makes that click, right? So working at that one-lap pace, but we always feel like we got great race pace, and I always feel like that's where my craft really comes in, is in the race side of things when you're going up against other minds and things like that. So really, really proud of this whole group here at Burton Racing. Top liner Chevy Camaro is doing really, really well, and appreciate all the support that these men and women give me, because it's definitely a wonderful team effort. So thanks to the fans at home and the fans that showed up here today. We're blessed. Thank you.
I love it. Adam Andretti in this beautiful top liner. Then our front row, it's a Dyson front row. So Chris Dyson starting P2, and then Matt Brabom over here. And it's funny because as we were talking to Adam, I saw Matt Brabom over there talking to John Menard, trying to get some speed secrets. But Matt Brabom, P1 again at Road America. That's 2 weekends in a row, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm not counting, but no, yeah, it's been great so far.
So you're going out there, teammate, going into turn one. Have you and Chris discussed how you're going to arrange turn one, turn three?
Yeah, we're going to just come up to the green flag. We're going to hit the throttle really hard, and we're going to shake and bake and hopefully send it down the inside of turn one and lead 1 and 2 and win the race. That's the plan.
Nice. I love it. Shake and bake into turn one. I've got Rafa Matos here looking at these beautiful Jim Weed cars. It's about to get loud here at Road America. I'm going to send it up to the booth real quick, and then we're going to start our national anthem and invocation.
All right, Ben. Yeah, it is busy down there. Fans enjoying themselves. Such a great opportunity, Andy, when you come to a Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli event, and they do the fan walk. Everybody gets to get out and really get close to the cars and meet the drivers.
This has been an incredible weekend here. We've seen great turnout here, especially yesterday with our initiation of the parade. Really cool. We've got Adrian that led our run here behind the police car all the way down, about a 60-mile-an-hour run down into town, and what a reception that we had from this town.
Yeah, over to Plymouth, Wisconsin, which, by the way, is truly the cheese capital of the world. Did you know 14% of the cheese consumed in the United States goes through Plymouth?
No, I did not.
And so do Trans Am cars. As you can see, the fans all lined up along the roadway as they went into the center of the town. And, boy, there's a great turnout of fans. Look at them lined up all around.
This was miles of people along this route, and then when we finally got to the big right in the middle of Main Street here, look at this.
Look at that.
The turnout was incredible. Thousands of people turned out for our little car show, and then once we parked and the crowd jumped onto this, it was amazing.
Really great afternoon. This all took place yesterday over in Plymouth, Wisconsin, which is about 6 to 10 miles from here at Elkhart Lake. Adrian Vostovsky in the middle of it all. Look at all the great cars out there. And everybody had a great time. And now they've made their way over here to Road America for a wide variety of racing here this weekend. Not just with Trans Am, but we're racing on the sim too.
We've got a really cool product here for PMH, for Trans Am, the SpeedTour in general. We bring a trailer with packed full of simulators. We put the Road America track on. We have our drivers come and set a base lap and then let the fans come and see if they can match that. So here we've got Noah trying to throw a lap down. That's Nick Middleton from Cube 3 Architecture, our TA2 series sponsor on there. And the fans can see kind of what it takes, what kind of speed the drivers can do, and what they can try to respond and throw a lap down in return.
And These aren't just video game consoles. These are real high-tech sims.
So Sim Shop puts together this program for us. It's based on the iRacing model here. We're trying to get our TA2 and our TA cars onto that model here. We're pushing hard for that. It's a good platform, obviously very popular, and the fans that come along here have been enjoying this experience immensely.
It's called the Checkered Flag Challenge. If you make it out to a Trans Am Series race presented by Pirelli, stop by and see if you can post the top time. All right, let's go back down trackside once again. Here's Ben.
Brandon staff member Bill Knox, also with Road Race Ministries, to deliver the invocation. Bill, take it away.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to you today in prayer, Father, we ask that you wrap your almighty hands around this fantastic facility. Father, we ask that you protect the drivers, the fans, the crews, the officials. Father, that you keep them all safe. And Father, we ask for your special blessing upon the EMS, the police, the rescue workers here. Father, may they have a very quiet day. And Father, we ask finally that you hold our military also within your almighty hands. Father, that you bring them home safely to their families. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And the people said amen. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. Anton Pietenpoel, one of the best voices we have for the national anthems here at Road America, to deliver the national anthem. Anton, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, that was well done. And now we are that much closer to getting these engines fired, producing a big 900 horsepower in the Trans Am cars. And Andy, this racetrack here, just a tick over 4 miles in length. What an amazing layout it is.
4.048. In fact, one of our teams named themselves after the distance of this track. Really cool place. One of the best places to race because it's so stretched out, because you've got such a high approach speed on the entry to these corners. That makes the braking zones longer. That lets you take a little bit more of a chance and try to get next to that guy under braking. Try to beat that driver to the apex, and we see that over and over. It happens in 3 specific spots around here, but is just a really amazing place to be, and we see some amazing battles here because of it.
Well, you took us for a ride and gave us an up-close look at what a lap here at Road America is like.
Hi, my name is Andy Lally. I'm the president of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, and this weekend we are at Road America. We have been racing in the Trans Am Series at Road America since 1970. The most amount of Trans Am races we have ever done. We have completed 65 events here and looking forward to many, many more. Let's hop in this great car and take you around.
You are flying into turn 1 here. Really long back straightaway. A little difficult to pick your brake zone out here. Braking about the 4 marker. Really hard on the brakes here. Going to be 3rd gear. Turn it in slightly early. Slow hands all over that apex curving and picking up that exit
as quick as we can to get that full throttle and get that shot out downhill to turn 3. Braking at about a 250, 275 marker into turn 3. It's going to be down to 2 gears, 3rd gear, find all that apex curb, skinny little exit curb with a little bit of help on the outside, on the power, long back straightaway here, on our way down to turn 5. On our approach to turn 5 here, we've got a downhill braking zone that's got a slight bit of a curve to it, so your weight is to the outside and hard on the right front before you even get on the brakes. Hard on the brakes here, it's going to even out across the front. Pause, lots of apex curb, lots of exit curb, hard on that gas. Again, listen to this thing rip as we come up to turn 6, the Corvette Bridge. Just a medium brake so we don't get too much over the rise here. All of that apex curb, all of that exit curb. Again, very friendly curbing here at Road America. Quick switch back to the left side and then an early dive in for the very famous carousel here. You're in this corner for like 7 minutes, it feels like. You're feeling that front end. That left front's giving out as you go over the crest of the hill. Typically, if the car's good, you'll get a little bit of rotation. It'll point back down at the bottom. Just nip that apex curb, and you don't have a lot of room to play with. Right, just nipping that exit curb here. Now, real pucker factor, the kink. No brake, big mile an hour, 150 miles an hour at the apex. Just threading the needle right through here. Usable curving, but man, you don't want to use too much of it here. We've seen horrible, horrible things happen when you miss this corner. That exit speed brings you flying down 180 miles an hour down to Canada Corner. Big, 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 big brakes all the way down through the gears. 2nd gear again, all over this apex curb. Watch the track out curbing because it's a little more slippery than a lot of the other corners as we sweep into turn 13, another fast corner. Just lifting out to half throttle, all over that apex curb, jumping on it, all over this exit curb, across the access road, bring it back to the left side, hard on the brakes, now medium on the brakes, light trail on the brakes as we dare ourselves. How early can we get off the brake? Still roll that mid-corner speed, and then get on it and rip out of the corner and onto the longest straightaway of the day. Road America, as we cross the start-finish line, one of these guys in our TA2 and GT classes is going to get to win this race, and it's always mega, mega exciting.
And that's a good lap at a pretty quick pace around the America's National Park of Speed here at Road America. So, which is longer, feeling-wise, going through the carousel or the front straightaway?
The carousel seems like you're just loaded in it forever because there's a huge amount of entry speed in it, and then it's that portion where the front really isn't responding that much, and you're waiting for this. It's hard to see in that video, but there's an elevation drop that's not consistent. You know, you're going downhill, 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 and then there's like this little cliff, and the car's just gonna float over for that, and you're timing for how much speed you bring in, which you instigate like 100 yards before that. You know, you're not on the brakes in the carousel. You're just slowly rolling out to a point where you're just trying to get that rotation, and you don't really see that little cliff until you're just on top of it. And as that rotation comes through, it seems like it's taking you forever to get there. When you're actually on the front straightaway, it seems like it's pretty simple, and it is to drive, but that's a systems check. That's the clearest time you're going to talk to your crew chief. You're going to be checking your mirrors. You're going to be getting information about how much time is left in the race, where your competitors are, all sorts of stuff that you consider. So that front straightaway goes by really quick because you're also thinking, okay, what did I do last time into turn 1? Did I leave a little bit on the table? Can I go a little bit more? Was I at the 4 marker here? Can I push this to the 3 3/4 without missing the apex? There is a lot in your mind on that front straightaway that makes that time go by much quicker than that carousel. Look at that carousel. It is so long. I mean, you're looking at like essentially a wider radius than we have on most NASCAR ovals here.
Yeah, and if you go down there, it actually winds through an old gravel pit, and there's remnants of it still down there if you make your way over to the carousel to check it out. Well, let's make our way over to the front stretch again, over on pit lane. Ben, I think it's about time to fire up these engines.
Oh, and this is going to be so much fun. We have Paul Menard's family here with Paula, Bo, and Remy. Then we have Colin Comer's family and extended family with Knox, Briggs, and Remy to deliver the most famous words of motorsports. Take it away!
Drivers, start your engines!
Get it? Paula.
One of the best sounds in all of racing, hearing these 900 horsepower Trans Am entries fire up. And they are cool sounding. And the Dyson cars are on the front row. Matthew Brabom and Chris Dyson going to lead everybody down that long straightaway. We'll be back for the start right after this.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Welcome back here to Road America as you look at some of the activity taking place all around this racetrack. The Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge going on, and our Trans Am cars are rolling around the racetrack. So let's take a look at the track map for here in Elkhart Lake. Little over 4 miles in length, 14 turns, Andy. How about we go for a run?
This is one of the coolest tracks to race here. Trans Am cars getting up the big speed into our Cube 3 Turn 1. They have to navigate an uphill entry with a flat braking zone here. As we come down to Turn 3, we're getting a downhill straightaway down into our Mission Foods Turn 5 here. 2 tight corners back to back. Turn 5, Turn 6. Very tight, basic 90-degree corners, but very different from each other. One's going downhill, one's going uphill. Down through 7, 8, 9, and into the long carousel. They give it 2 numbers. It's so long. Through our fast kink, down to Canada corner, up through 13, and coming out back onto our long front straightaway of turn 14. That's 1 lap at Road America. There's the layout, and we are getting ready to go for one of the best races all year here in the Trans Am, presented by Pirelli Series.
There is a fair amount of elevation here at Road America. When we talk about racetracks with elevation, everybody always thinks about Laguna Seca, obviously, maybe a Lime Rock, places like that. But here at Road America, it's not as drastic or dramatic as it might be at Corkscrew, but as you're climbing up that front straightaway, when you're coming to that hill, go up under the bridge, it looks like a mountain in front of you.
It is actually a bit unnerving when you're in a fast car coming out of there the first time, and especially like when this field is going to come to the green. And this is I've been coming here for 30 years now, and it still happens. You come under the bridge and you've got your left foot over the brake pedal just to hover as you're trying to get as close as you can. That right foot's kind of standing on the gas and just staying with the guys, you're getting ready to come to your start, and you think I'm going to come over the crest of that hill, and there's going to be there's the start finish, but you've got another few hundred yards before you actually get there. But your anticipation, because when you come out of the last corner, you're always expecting to see that flag stand, that flagman getting ready to wave and start this race, and you're a bit on edge a solid 30 seconds before you actually should be. You can crest that hill, see the deal here, and we're going to be going green, and these drivers are going to be feeling that right now as they get bumper to bumper, and we get ready to go racing here.
Well, here it is, that big, long front straightaway. Everybody under the control of Matthew Brabom right now. Matty Brabs on the far right. He's going to have the inside line going into turn number 1. See what his teammate Chris Dyson can do pressure-wise, and don't forget, right behind him, you've got Paul Menard and Adam Andretti, 2 more of the big combatants in the championship. There's the green, and we're racing here at Road America, live on Speed Sport 1. Dyson, the first one to the corner. He's going to beat Brabham into turn number 1, and down the hill they go, sweeping towards turn number 3.
Andretti taking advantage of Paul Menard there, as well as Tommy Dreese slotting into 5th place just in front of David Pintarik.
Yep, Amy Ruman right behind that, and then a battle of a couple of very cool Mustangs after that.
Brendan Jones side by side, trying to make up some spot after finishing 14th in the Xfinity race last night, flying all the way back to Road America and coming here, but Dyson leading away into turn 5.
This is exactly what Chris Dyson wants. He wants to be out front, running his own pace, pulling away from the field, and let Matty Brabs be that buffer that they've got to fight their way through, which is not going to be easy.
Chris has won here twice before. He's the only driver in this Trans Am field with TA race wins here. He won in 20 and 21, and he's looking to make it 3. If Chris Dyson wins another race, and I know it's early in the race here, but he ties Tommy Kendall with 28 wins on the all-time list.
There's a good look at Adam Andretti. I was speaking with Adam earlier today in that number 17 top liner machine. He said, I got to get 100 miles in today. He's been very fast this year. He's had some bad luck, and he said, I've got to get 100 miles in. He goes, I'm not going to try to get too crazy till the very end. If it presents itself at that point and I have a shot at the win, then everything goes out the window.
Definitely had some bad luck at a couple of races. He's still second in the points. He's 46 points behind Paul Menard. That's Tommy Dreese in 3rd in the points, with Amy Ruman close by 4th in points. Chris Dyson, our leader, 5th in points, doesn't care. Just far enough back that all he cares about right now is winning, and doing a pretty good job of that, as both Dyson racing cars have put about 50 yards in this first lap on the battle that's going on between Andretti and Menard.
Yeah, they sure have. Amy Ruman comes across the line. She's got her big, powerful Corvette running up in 7th right now, with Jones right behind her. Here comes Jones right there. And then you got Colin Comer and that other Mustang, and then DeGainer, Carlson, Kaylee Bryson, and Cobb's all in there.
And we don't get to talk about this too much at different tracks. There's a draft here. You know, when you're going almost 190 miles an hour, like we were talking about Amy Ruman right there, she wants to stay in that draft. Gets a couple tenths each lap. You lose that draft, and it makes a big deal over a 100-mile race. 25 laps around this track, you want to be in that draft. A little bit of debris. I don't think that's anything of consequence here, as we see as they exit 5 here.
At first I thought maybe it was a dive plane or something, but it looks more like it's paper, I think, ultimately.
Hopefully just a potato chip bag. We got Menard putting a little bit of pressure, our first bit of pressure here in this race as these guys get
Paul
settled
looking inside, right alongside of Andretti, and Adam will let him go, knowing save the car, get those 100 miles in, follow him for now.
Boy, that is a big statement right there. That's not an easy place to outbrake somebody right there. He got it to the inside, got it settled down. Both drivers smart enough not to push the issue on mile 4 of a probably mile 6-ish of a 100-mile race. But that's Paul Menard wanting to go forward. He's the points leader, but is not content with sitting where he's at off the podium there. Wants to go bring it to those Dyson cars.
Well, and he knows if he wants to contend for the win, he can't let Chris and Matthew get away from him. He's got to hang on to them.
Yeah, without a doubt. And he's already put a little bit of space in there and closed the gap right away.
Look at how fast he did that.
Boy, is he – I mean, this has got to be a really solid car. Paul Menard. Oh, we've got –
going around over here.
That's Robert Dickey, I think, in the 64 car. Hopefully he can stay out of the way and get rolling again.
Dickey was running in 16th overall. Here's Tommy Dreesy, that Trent Shoring Motul back, number 8. Beautiful black and gold machine.
Can see Tommy working the wheel there.
The speeds are just so high around this place.
Paul Menard has made quite a lap here. About half a second faster than the leader on that lap. And like we were talking about, now he's got a little whiff of that draft. That not only is his speed, he's obviously quick through the tight stuff. That's going to suck him up even closer to the back of Brabham's bumper. I think we got a good race on our hands here.
Oh, yeah. Things are really starting to heat up. And Adam Andretti trying to stay with him, keep them within sight.
We've seen a few different tracks on the schedule here where we've had great battles. Sonoma was the first one between Dyson and Menard. This will be the first one where we've got a third element of Brabom involved here. So without a doubt, it's Paul Menard right now, the fastest car on the track, but just where I want to see it, because I want to see the race battle ensue here. He's not the leader, and he's coming through. So we're gonna, the racecraft of the Jim Weed boys is way up there, as is Paul Menard. Chris Dyson has won here twice in Trans Am, and even though Paul Menard doesn't have a Trans Am win here, he does have a NASCAR Xfinity race here. He won here, I think, in 2014 with a really solid run with RCR.
Look at how he's right here all over the backside of Brabham as they go through Thunder Valley.
This is going to do two things. One, it's going to put pressure on Brabham to turn it up and try to get to the back bumper of Chris. But if he defends like this, he's going to lose the draft of Chris, and that's going to leave him a sitting duck for Paul Menard to try to outbrake, get that draft on the end of the straightaway here. Both of them tucked in pretty tight. Andretti really wheeling it, trying to get back up there, make this a 4-car fight.
Here we go down this very long front straight. Cube 3 architecture, turn number 1 awaits. Sweeping through there, then it's downhill through a little kink known as turn 2 right here. And then you're setting yourself up hard on the brakes for turn 3. And now you have this big run here through turn 4 and the Moraine sweep, headed down towards a really tricky turn number 5.
You are turning and you're braking here, and you're going downhill. So the weight transfer is all to that right front, making that left front very light. And when you don't have ABS in these cars, again, no traction control, no ABS, tons of horsepower, a lot of downforce. That's tricky to keep that left front from locking up. And again, when we've got 100 miles to go, these Pirellis are strong. But if you start dragging that thing and making a flat spot on it, it's going to wear on these drivers' lap times. Paul again.
Oh, inside, here he comes. Right alongside of Brabham. Brabham trying to use up all the outside of the racetrack to defend. Now he's got the inside through the carousel. That's going to give him an edge. And he pulls back in front of the Pittsburgh Paint and Stains number 3 of Paul Menard.
Two people are loving this battle, and that's Chris Dyson, who now gets to break that draft, and Adam Andretti, who's going, keep fighting, stays too wide, let me get back in this thing.
One of the other things Adam told me this morning, he said, hey, look, he said, Dyson and Menard, they've got some history, so you never know what comes to play with that. If Paul gets up there and they start mixing it up for the win, he said, I might be in the lucky position to capitalize.
And just like we've seen in the trends that we've seen in races past year where the top liner car hasn't fired off, but it's been a good long run car, Adam is closing that gap a little bit now. Maybe that front tire temp's coming in. Just behind that, just out of screen, I was watching Pentarik and Dreesy. They are nose to tail. They're fighting for 5th and 6th, and Amy Ruman's not that far behind. Brendan Jones, having a completely different car to get used to, is now coming to grips here, getting a few laps and trying to come forward.
And Jones back there running in 7th. Amy Ruman's holding down 6th. Pentarik has dropped down to 8th. Not sure what is happening to David's car. He's dropping further down. He's on pit road. There it is. We finally see it. Is that damage to the left front?
Damage to the left front, and he was on the tail of Tommy Dreese. Hopefully there wasn't an incident there, but I'm afraid there's not too many other options.
Yeah, Tommy's still running. He's holding down 5th right now, but Penteric on pit lane.
That moves Ruman and Jones up a spot. Jones just actually turned the 4th fastest lap of the 8 of them of that lap, so he's coming back to grips and getting used to going from one car to the next here. The crew getting to work, putting some bare bond and some duct tape on there.
Pushing the hood back in place, and he should be back out. So Menard right there, the light blue car, pushing on the back side of Matty Brabs. And look at him close up through the carousel here.
Definitely an advantage on the handling side for Paul Menard and that Rocket Sports chassis here. His Pirellis are hooked up as they roll through that carousel and onto the kink. This is a tough one though. That coming through that kink with these cars, as much air as they move, there's huge turbulence there. So it's definitely tricky in that draft through those fast corners for these cars not to lose a lot of downforce when you're tucked right up underneath one of those big Trans Am wings.
Out of Canada corner, up through Thunder Valley, and headed over to turn 14. Chris Dyson, first one there in his Jim Weed white and green car, followed by his teammate Matthew Brabom, Matty Brabs in the white and blue Jim Weed backed machine. And then it's the next Mustang, 3 Mustangs in a row. Paul Menard in his Pittsburgh paint and stains machine, followed by the top liner Chevy of Adam Andretti holding down 4th.
Just taking a look at these 2 guys here. Paul obviously making big ground in the slower speed stuff. That medium speed turn 14 there, Paul closed up all the way to the apex. You could literally see he was a foot off of his bumper. Now here closing within a car length. I'm guessing those Dyson cars are trimmed out a little bit more because even though Paul came off with them, either the Dyson car's putting power down and getting off that corner straighter, or they're trimmed out because with Paul, even in Brabham's draft, Brabham was able to open up 2 car lengths before the brake zone, and that just makes that a bit too much of a reach. But like we've seen Paul in his pass attempts, he's obviously very quick through 7 and potentially going to make another charge here again down into turn 8.
And that's where he likes to make some moves happen.
Uh-oh.
He fell back here.
Uh-oh.
What's the problem now with Menard? Slowing dramatically.
Oh, we're full course yellow.
That's what it is.
Thank you to some help in the booth over here. We were trying to figure it out. We got our eyes just on that race here. Didn't catch the flagman throw out the yellow.
It hadn't popped up yet. You know, you talk about the drag here. It's interesting. I was talking with Colin Comer earlier, who is driving that beautiful Mountain Dew Ford Mustang here. And, you know, top speed-wise, he's been the fastest car here. And I said, well, what's the difference between your car, which is what, an early 90s era Trans Am car, to what we're running here today? And he said, well, we don't have all the aero that they did. He goes, there's no underbody work and all the side tie panels and all that. He said, so we're just whistling through the air a lot slicker than they are. And there it is. It's Dickey in the 64 who is running in 19th.
This is to go back to Colin Comer's car. He was actually going to need this yellow because he is right on the cusp of making 100 miles with the fuel tank that he had on board. So he was going to need a spot to actually lay back and conserve a little bit of fuel here. 100 miles long is how all of our Trans Am races are here. And as we look through our timing here, I'm looking at Paul Menard being 2/100ths of a second faster than Chris's time, but Adam Andretti, 4th place with the fastest lap at a 2:04.3. That's a pretty quick pace here.
Colin Comer, by the way, leads the GT1 category. He sits in 8th. John DeGainer in Comer's other car that he owns, the Ron Fellows Mustang, is in 9th and 2nd in GT1. Ray Cobbs in his Corvette, the Auditwell-backed machine, sits 12th, 3rd in that category. We'll be right back.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
the quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Looking down on the machine of Dickey that they're pulling away. He was running back in 19th place, taking him off of the racetrack. That was the reason for the full course caution. That's a turn 5, I believe, isn't it, Andy?
That is turn 5. I thought we saw him on the inside of 6 before, but they've been unfortunately having troubles with that car all weekend. We see our GT1 leader. I was referencing them not thinking they could make the entire race here. We enter our GT1 cars, which is a kind of a throwback, this awesome Mountain Dew paint scheme. This car's got some great history. Coming in for a fuel stop here. So our GT1 leader topping off just to make sure he can go the distance, had a really good qualifying lap, has had a race lap that's about 1.5 seconds faster than the gainer. Now he's going to have to work his way back up with that number 6 Mountain Dew car. And we referenced a minute ago the top speed. Same motor, barely any downforce on that thing. So it goes super fast to the top.
Okay, so get that one all squared up and ready to go. The field forming up behind the pace car, and we should be ready to go. This gives Tommy Dreese an opportunity to close back in too. He's been running in 5th right along, sitting behind Adam Andretti, but now he's right on his rear bumper.
We see again our fast lap with Adam Andretti, but then when we break it down, we look at Tommy Dreese and Amy Ruman, who always seem to find each other somehow. Their fast lap is within a 10th there. David Pentarik in our 57. Obviously some extremely important engineering changes we're doing to the nose of that car here.
That's not aero I think they found in the wind tunnel. That's just aero here on the front straightaway kind of thing.
And they're rushing right now because the pace car's coming. They want to beat that. They want to beat that pace car out and stay on this lap here.
Cliff Tuft is the man that got Road America built and put together. He got together with a bunch of local influential people as well as the Chicago region of the SCCA. He came up with a plan. He was a highway engineer, so he mapped out the circuit on some farmland that he found here outside of Elkhart Lake. And what he did, Andy, he went and drove all around the region and found his favorite corners and then brought those ideas here to Road America and incorporated them into the 4+ mile layout. They broke ground on the track in April of 1955 and held its first race in SCCA National here in September of that year, and he was named the track president.
And Trans Am has been coming here since 1970. We've done 65 events. This is the 66th race, which is the most of all time. They just don't make tracks like this anymore. I can't stand that they don't. They're all big parking lots with lots of asphalt runoff here at these new places, and we're just probably not going to see a whole lot of Road Americas built in the future. But that's why this is such a popular venue. So many different kinds of racing comes here. Trans Am is definitely proud and is planning to come here every year that we can in the future.
Getting ready to head back to Green, but let's go find out the story on David Pateric's car. Here's Ben.
With Ryder and American livery on all of their uniforms, but also David Pateric's car. But I saw him come in with some front end damage. Matt, what happened?
I believe Dreesy lost a little control maybe, and we hit him. I'm not exactly sure where. It tore up pretty good. It tore the car up pretty good. We put a lot of tape on it. We came in under the code 60, tried to add more tape. He said something fell off. We don't know what that was, but we'll see what we can do. Stay out there, stay on lead lap. That's all we can do. Hope for another full course.
For some reason, David Pateric has just kind of had a target on him. He's running really well. So happy to have him back in the series, but I don't know what it is, but he's finding other cars, isn't he?
Yep, he just got surprised by Tommy. I don't know if he braked a little earlier than he thought, had a problem, I don't know, but we rear-ended him, I believe. Best I know.
That's all we know down here. Back to you, gentlemen.
All right, Ben. Boy, David Pateric has had a really up and down year, hasn't he?
Definitely been a bit of a tough one there for him. A huge accident at Sonoma. The last race that we were at, Mid-Ohio, definitely didn't go his way, and now another one. But I honestly, I tell you, this guy's got the best attitude. And, I'm not making fun of his age or nothing. I'm actually going to compliment him here. This is one of the most fit guys in the entire field. No cool suit, no helmet blow. You see these other guys getting out of here, sweating their butts off, needing the water, wanting a Gatorade, almost about to faint. And this guy gets out and he's happy. You could plug him in and run another 100 miles. David Pateric is a solid dude and super, super, super fit. So super unfortunate to see him not having a good day here. Hopefully he can get back in it and at least show some good pace here and get ready for Watkins Glen coming up in 2 weeks.
And he's got a lot of friends here in the paddock, too, at Trans Am, because after that big wreck at Sonoma, a lot of people chipped in and found ways to help him out, get the car ready to go, get him back racing in it once again.
Yeah, the community here in Trans Am is pretty tight, and it's great to see that these guys step up and help each other when they're in need.
Down into Canada corner here.
Going green this time.
Yep. Lights are off on the pace car, and we're about ready to go.
We can see Pateric just getting out, just in time, caught the tail end of that field to join on the restart and see if he can make his way by the GT car so that he can go have some fun. Maybe go find Tommy again.
Time to heat up those Pirellis. You saw Tommy Dreesy trying to get him warmed up. There's Carlson in his 26. Joshua Carlson is leading an SGT. Kaylee Bryson just in front of him leading an XGT. They run 9th and 10th. Again, it is DeGainer right now leading in GT1. Pace car is off. Watching the field. Here we go. Green flag is out, and we're racing once again at Road America. Dreesy sweeping to the inside on Andretti. He'll have an advantage when they get to turn 1. Cube 3 architecture, turn 1, but Andretti's going to beat him there.
Andretti deep on the brakes, holding the outside. That's our guy that set our fastest lap, and he does not want to be held up and wants to get Paul Menard back for that dive bomb in turn 8 there.
Yeah, he knows he's got to stay right with him.
2, 3, and 4 coming off turn 3, nose to tail here. Big mile an hour into turn 5. Chris has got a little bit of a cushion. He can focus on his line, but Brabs has a mirror full of Paul Menard.
You see Dreesy's speedometer just rising as they well up into 160 miles an hour as they get set for turn 5. Up underneath the Corvette bridge and then sweeping into 6.
We've seen Paul Menard strong on cold tires and strong through 7 and 8. He gets a run down through here, gets that power down a little too far away this time. Brabs knows, and he's going to throw that block before he gets there.
Look at Menard right up on the backside of Matty Brabs. There might have been a little bit of contact. He might have helped push him through that corner a little bit.
He definitely let him know he was there. Just enough of a shove, not to shove him offline, but to say, hey, buddy, you're going to throw that block and move back online here. We're gonna make some contact. That brings Andretti to him, though.
Yeah, it sure did. Adam is right there in that top liner Chevy, number 17. And Amy Ruman makes the pass on Dreesy.
And Brendan Jones does as well. I don't know if Tommy missed a shift or had a problem coming out of there.
Yeah, headed into Canada corner, you could see Jones moving to the inside as well.
Through turn 13 again, Menard able to tuck right under the bumper here. Now can he change his driving style to get off that corner? He's trying, put his foot in it super early, but that trajectory, that radius opened up and he dropped the wheel. Just lost enough. Brabham's going to be comfortable. Brabham's been very, very good on the brakes. He'll be comfortable enough here. Stay in the boss's draft. See if the Jim Weed cars can pull away. I don't think so, though, because this Paul Menard car is going to be quick.
So easy to dip that wheel coming out of that last corner at 14. And it's not just off the racing line. There's an actual hole there now that's developed over the years.
We saw that in the replay right there, or in that first shot there. Paul 1 is blind coming through there. He's literally just on the bumper there, not too sure. Obviously picked up a little bit of a push late as the mile an hour was coming up, but kept his foot in it.
Here he is again, looking inside, going into turn number 5, and he just can't make it happen there as Brabham gets a good run off the corner. Takes advantage of all that excess runoff you have there at 5.
Both drivers heads up there. Paul desperately wanting to get by. Brabham giving him a little bit of giving him that car length on the bottom, but Paul staying on the brakes a little bit longer, knowing that that was a little bit of a late move and it wasn't going to happen. These guys survive another corner and get to live to keep pushing this pace, try to get back up to the lead there. Brabham, we keep seeing him come off the bottom there. I can't tell if that's understeer or if he's purposely going to dime in that corner where he rushes the entry, kind of pauses that middle fifth. Paul drops a wheel again. Not a place you want to carry a bunch of dust on the left rear as you come through a 150-mile-an-hour kink.
And not friendly to Adam Andretti, who's driving through a dust storm every time he gets there.
Without a doubt.
It looks like Brabs is about a car length or a lane higher than Menard through the carousel.
And that's just one of those things where we've seen Paul take a look 3 or 4 different times this week. If Paul's close and he sees 3/4 of a car width there, he's definitely going to be tempted to try to get the entire car shoved in a 3/4 width spot there and make that position, because for sure he wants this win. This is he's the points leader, so maybe his crew chief's on the radio right now going, hey, buddy, chill. There's a lot of miles left in this thing. But Paul knows this is Wisconsin, hometown boy. He wants his W.
You saw the top speed heading into Q3 turn number 1 for Chris Dyson, nudging 180 miles an hour. Now sweeping down here to turn number 3.
These guys are still full tanks. So as these cars get even lighter, these cars are going to get even faster down that straightaway.
Under the bridge is down through the Moraine sweep as you start thinking about turn 5. How far over to the right do you want to be here, Andy?
On a car this fast, you actually, like on some of the high downforce cars that aren't going that fast on the top end, it's easy to kind of keep that outside line here. But with a car like this, you're chopping off a little bit of that little dog leg, but then you're going to make yourself all the way. You're going to make yourself all the way to the right to get through here. I'm really actually pleased that how supple these cars look over these curbs. These apex curbs are rough, but they have grip on them, so you want to use them. But they are also extremely hard on half shafts, on transmissions, on pinions. We've seen cars break this weekend. Again, we see Brabs push off the bottom there. Maybe it's to straighten out to try to get that run off the corner, and Paul putting his nose in there. Still some dirt left over from the last time he dropped the wheel through there. Adam Andretti, surprisingly, had that pace super early, set fast lap, has fallen off the back of these guys a little bit.
Yeah, he's about 3 seconds behind Menard as they go into Canada corner. And all those rumble strips out there, a lot of curbing to use.
Amy Ruman, P5. She actually gained 0.3 of a second on the 4th place car of Adam Andretti there. Jones content, or maybe not content, but sitting in P6 right now. trying to make his way by Amy Ruman here.
Yep, and then Dreesy and Pinteric rounding out the Trans Am category machines.
Credit to the Pinteric guys. They had a bunch of work to do, would do some work, send David out, catch the field, pit him again. He's still lead lap, now 8th in class here. Colin Comer, after the fuel stop, was able to make his way back by. That car is flying. If Dyson's doing 180 through the speed traps, I bet that car's almost 185, 190.
Yeah, he's worked his way back into the lead there in GT1, just in front of DeGainer's car. Of course, Colin Comer's car, former John Gooding machine, Mountain Dew entry. And you heard Boris talking about him being one of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to Ford Mustangs. He owns a collector car business where he finds and buys and sells collector cars for people around the world, and he specializes in collectible Mustangs. In fact, his daily driver that he brought over here is a beautiful GT350.
And there's a rumor that he might be doing something really cool right in downtown Elkhart Lake here.
Wouldn't that be something? Give us another place to hang out.
Yeah, I'm down for that. We could use some fun spots to hang out in Elkhart Lake here, especially if it involves some really cool old race cars.
Good look at the gap there between first and second, between Dyson and Brabom, and then you can see Menard hung right on the backside of Brabom. Down through the kink. You hold your breath every time on that one?
Man, you tighten up for sure, buddy. You come in there, you assess the last time what that car felt like and how deep you went before you lifted out of that gas, and ask yourself, was this that close? Did I have another few inches I can go before I drop a wheel there? And you make these micro adjustments, and you have to do it like that. You can't take big swings at the kink or it will not pay off in a good way here.
I went flat through there once or twice when I raced here, and it's like I can't imagine what it's like in one of these cars.
This approach speed is like nothing else. The prototypes aren't doing that. Nothing else is showing up to the kink as fast as a 900 horsepower Trans Am.
You are just eating up the asphalt at an incredibly rapid pace, as you see from Chris Dyson's view. Inside the Jim Weed Ford Mustang. Dyson, the multi-time champ, sweeping down through turn 3. Headed over to the Moraine sweep, and he'll start thinking about his braking point for turn 5. Andy, one thing that's very interesting about Road America, unlike Mid-Ohio where we were last weekend, all the corners in Mid-Ohio are so tightly connected. You get in your rhythm. If you make a mistake, it can take you half a lap to find your rhythm again. But here, as you just saw, you come out of 5, then you got this long straightaway before you get to the next corner, and then another bit of a straightaway and another bit. So there's plenty of time to think, reset, and get ready for the next corner if you make a mistake.
6 to 7 and 8 to 9, 8 to the carousel essentially, are the only corners that are even mildly connected. You've got a relatively flat platform on the entry to every single corner here. We're at Mid-Ohio from turn 4 to turn 11. The steering wheel is never straight. It's the absolute opposite. Road America is probably the only track that we run on all season long, maybe the only track in the country that has no what I would call transitional corners, where you're still loaded from one corner and right back into the other. Here we're looking
at
Colin Comer here.
What a great looking car.
So cool. Really cool memories back. I love this portion of our Trans Am field, bringing back the GT1 cars. We're trying to encourage guys to bring these out of the mothballs. They're still very fast, very capable cars, and we want to see them come back here. Some of the guys are bringing them back, like John DeGainer's AER car here, Speed Dreamin' Racing here, our current points leader in GT1.
And Tommy Dreesy with a Trent Shoring, Motul back number 8, taking us for a ride as Paul Menard crosses the line, still holding on to third with 13 laps remaining. Scheduled for 100 miles here with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. You're watching it live on Speed Sport 1. We'll be right back. And the racing continues here at the front of the field with Dyson, Brabom, and Menard. There goes Adam Andretti. Nice to see John Menard, Paul's dad, here today, enjoying the racing. So they got a whole bunch of family members here and then a tremendous amount of their employees. Menard looking inside at 5. Brabham gets a little wide. Menard drifts out with him. Can't make anything happen there.
So I'm confused here. I'm wondering if Adam's got a miss or something like that, because he spent 2 laps at like a 2:06, 2:07 lap, and just a lap prior to this reset the fastest lap, way over half a second faster than anybody else has run. First car into the 203s with a 203.973 on that last lap here.
That 203 is moving.
That is a fast lap for a full tank of gas and used tires. You know, in our series here, we qualify on sticker tires, and you have to race those tires. So you are starting the race with a set of tires that's got hard, quick laps on it from the day prior, and you've got to make that last 100 miles. So we always see fall off from qualifying to the race.
He was a full second faster than our current race leader, Chris Dyson, at the front of the field. He ran a 2:04.9 to Andretti's 2:03.9.
Would love to see a 4-car battle ensue here at the front. I mean, we've got a lot going on here with 3 cars. Just enough of a cushion for Chris. When we went to his in-car camera, he was very smooth with his hands, chilling out here. And now we're going to get to that point where we're going to start coming on to lap traffic.
And we'll have to see how this plays out.
That's Colin Cohen, not to be confused with Colin Comer. Colin Comer is our pick 6 leader, but also a great second place finish last week at Mid-Ohio.
Back live at Road America, and our race leaders are working through traffic now as they come down through the Moraine sweep, headed to turn 5. There goes your top 3. And Adam Andretti still running in 4th. And Andretti actually putting in the quickest laps of the race so far.
Adam Andretti, for those that weren't tuned in on the break here, first car to break into the 203s. Really quick lap.
Do you see a weakness in Matty Brab's car at all that Paul Menard can capitalize on?
Braking. I mean, we're seeing it. It's where if there's a fast sweeper, where I see his strength is coming off the corner, but for some reason he's not coming off of turn 7 very well, and he's not really perfect off of turn 3, which is why we've seen the look into 8 and the look into 5. You know, fast stuff like this he's doing really well. Brabs is doing really well at, so he keeps that gap. And it's just enough that there's no way he's going to make a lunge into Canada without a mistake. I think he gets, we're seeing Paul, in the fast corners that you use a lot of curb, is turn 7 and turn 13. In both of those corners, here's one of them, turn 13, Paul gets a run, and he's able to make that transition and get right to him, so that when we see him by the time he gets to 14, he's in the Brabham's draft. That corner, though, is just fast enough that you get to lose some of that arrow there, and Paul doesn't get off the corner. We see Brabham is able to put 3 car lengths from the apex of 14 to start finish, and it gets him comfortable.
Let's see what Adam Andretti does now as he crosses the line. Here comes your race leaders. There you see Adam in the distance. See what kind of a lap time he turns at 2:07.759. So Andy, it's just interesting. He's hot and cold on his lap times.
Very, very interesting there. I swore we saw a 2:03 here. It's not set up on best time, so maybe that was just a glitch on our side. But we're seeing him go from a 2:04 to a 2:08 back and forth. I'm wondering if for the second week in a row he's got a motor issue there. Maybe he needs to cool it down.
Well, he said the key was he had to go 100 miles today. He knows he's got to keep this car on the racetrack and maximize points.
Chris Dyson, we see just sneaking by one of the 40-48 cars. That team, 40-48, 4.048 is the length of this track, and they are just 15 minutes north of the track here. Named their team after the distance of the racetrack. Obviously, Road America fans, it's a very unique plan. Yeah, very, very cool. These guys joining us for Trans Am 40-48 as part of Rob Dickey in our 64, and then Ryan in our 49 car. Porsche 17.8 came in.
You're not going to go there,
Club
huh?
Sport. No, it's my buddy Ryan. We can put the name up on the screen if you want it, but I'm going to butcher that.
Well, you
so
can
bad.
see him. He's running in 16th, and you can see why Andy is hesitant to venture into there. You would stand a better chance right now of running flat out into the kink than you would have hit
Then I
that
would
one right.
accomplish that. He said it once for me, and I just logged it right in the back of my head. I was like, that's my buddy Ryan. That's
good buddy
what I'm
Ryan.
gonna
Not just my buddy, my good buddy Ryan. That's right. Here's one good thing for Adam Andretti, though, too, Andy. He's struggling back and forth, but he's fourth to the points leader who's running in third. So he's not going to lose a ton of points if that's where they finish today.
There is nobody cheering for Matty Brabs harder than Adam Andretti right now.
You're right about that.
598 points for Paul Menard, 552 points for Adam Andretti, second in the championship. Without a doubt, he doesn't want to see any more gains there, and if he could help out Brabham in any way he could, he'd be doing so. Unfortunately, we're seeing Adam drop off quite a bit here.
Well, that's what he can't do. He can't fall back into the clutches of Amy Ruman, right? She's running in fifth, and she's got her Corvette hooked up and working pretty good here. That C7 is going to have a lot of speed on these long straightaways.
She's always good on the long runs here. She's pulled away from Brandon Jones half a second on that last lap, so sort of on her own island in the top 5 there. Still a little bit of a gap, a 6-second gap to Adam Andretti, but she's got a 4.5-second gap to Brendan Jones.
Running on the trench shoring Motul back number 8 with Tommy Dreesy. Getting a look out his front windshield through the Moraine sweep. Find your braking point. Hard on those brakes into turn 5. Use up all that racetrack you can on the outside as you make your way up the hill to 6.
Little unusual for Tommy to be back this far at this point in the race here. I'm wondering maybe if the contact with Penteric bent anything and gave him sort of an uneasy feeling or a balance on his car that he's not happy with around here. Really cool on board here with our trench shoring company, celebrating 50 years here as you see that long run through the carousel, 100-mile-an-hour min speeds through here, getting on that power. Look at this mile-an-hour jump all the way up to the high 140s, just short of 150 before you dip into that kink. Now dealing with a little bit of lap traffic here.
So it looked like he breathed it just a bit going into the kink on that one.
Oh, you have to. There's no way you're going to show up at 150 miles an hour and just cut in with these. These are some big cars, and these Pirellis are super sticky. Really good tire, but, man, that's asking a lot.
Yeah, everybody's got their limits, right?
Back at the front here, Chris Dyson was 500ths of a second faster than Matty Brabs on that last lap. And Matt was able to pull out a couple tenths on our third-place driver, Paul Menard there.
So far in our MCO Gears total laps led has been Chris Dyson all day. 17 laps he's been out front with 8 laps remaining as we race towards the 100-mile distance here. Of course, that first race with Trans Am run here in 1970, it was Mark Donahue in the Penske AMC Javelin with Sam Posey second, the Auto Dynamics Dodge Challenger, and Swede Savage third in the AAR Plymouth Barracuda. How cool was that car?
That must have been, I mean, the people that were able to be in attendance that day.
What they saw was incredible, right?
And had no idea how historic that was.
Yeah.
66 races later, here we are with these beasts flying through here. Paul Menard lost a little bit of pace here. Little something odd going on here. Gapped them almost a football field just in the last lap. A 205.2 last time by from Menard. Last couple laps, we've just seen him drop off. You know, all it's got to be is a half of a second twice, and that's a football field here with these guys. That gives Brabs a little bit of a cushion to drive his own line, do what he wants here. And obviously a bit comforting for Dyson, too, who's got a nice gap in the lead. Oh, Ray Cobb.
Ray Cobb is off in his Corvette, making his debut here with us.
Ray tested with us down in Sebring and was hoping to get to some races earlier on. What a neat looking car. I love that 00.
The Audit Well Chevy Camaro running in GT1. He was running third behind Comer and DeGainer in that category. He was talking with him earlier today. Found that car down in Panama and brought it back up here.
That, I think, is an old Rocket Sports car. It's got a pretty neat history to it. They've had some tough luck. They pulled out. They got 3 laps in practice and popped a motor, and the crew worked all night through a rainstorm. The only rain that we've had here so far this weekend has been at night, and which is fine. Clean the track off for us a little bit as long as you make way for some sunshine, and we'll be good to go there. Little focus on Kaylee Bryson here, our points leader in XGT and our current leader in XGT. There is a heck of a motor in that car. That's basically an Xfinity Series motor. She's tailing John DeGainer there, trying to catch up.
Yeah, and I was talking with her team earlier today. They had some issues with some sensors that were just triggering, and so they had to do some work to replace all that. They're thinking about trying to make some adjustments to that as they develop this car going forward.
You touched on this last week when we were at Mid-Ohio. This is back-to-back weekends for Kaylee in the same car.
Yeah.
She is running a 360 wing sprint car. She's doing midgets. She's in Knoxville in the silver. I mean, these are massively different cars. And like I commented when we were at Mid-Ohio last week, that is a massive change in your driving style and your sitting position. The type of brakes, the feel, you know, a high horsepower road racing Corvette to a Silver Crown car to a 360 wing sprint. What? So different. I love to see drivers challenge themselves across different driving areas, and I mean, you can barely get any more different than a dirt oval all the way down to Road America in a Corvette.
She hails out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, so you know she's got dirt in her veins. She was going to run a sprint car somewhere at some point. Of course, Broken Arrow, the home of the great Andy Hillenberg, and numerous others. And who knows, there's a World of Outlaw race over at Cedar Lake, Wisconsin later tonight. She might show up over there and get in the 410.
That would be awesome.
Wouldn't put it past her. She's a heck of a race car driver.
And a crowd favorite here, too. You see a lot of people coming up wanting autographs from her on our fan walk. And she's very cordial with them, very nice. The team is great. Prep's a very good car. And obviously a strong runner in our series here.
And, you know, the other thing you talk about those cars, too, that she's driving, none of those are easy to drive, right? No. And, I mean, they take a lot of, like that Silver Crown car, takes a lot of upper body strength to maneuver that car around. She is a tough challenger all the way through.
You have to have fast reflexes. You've got to be on it. And this car isn't that easy. This is a 650 horsepower car that is built from the ground up. From these guys, they took a street car and turned it into a monster, and obviously performing well, and she's doing a great job showing off her talents here.
And she's chasing after DeGainer here. That would be for 10th overall. DeGainer, of course, running second in GT1 behind Comer, who's just in front of him, and then Kaylee leading in XGT.
Yeah, and I bet your top speeds aren't even that far off between those Trans Am cars and her. That's a slippery car. It's not making a ton of downforce. Decent amount. You can see big barn door wing on the back end of that thing, but no dive planes and not a lot of drag on there.
And here comes Carlson, and he's having a great day as he has throughout the year. Solid performer every time he's out. XGT category race leader right there, Joshua Carlson in the 12, make that SGT, I should say.
And Siva, the sponsor on there. Obviously, Josh's marketing department doing a good job giving us a logo that we can see clearly on these cars. I tease a lot of people for putting these crazy logos on stuff, but really well done here with these guys. Josh has been dominating SGT all season long, our points leader. I skipped Mid-Ohio, but he's back now. This would be win number 6, I think, if he can pull this off, which has been every single SGT race here this season. He had some decent competition in a couple races past here. Now it's clear sailing. He's good to go, heading on down the line here. Paul is next car behind him, but he's got a good gap to him.
He continues to put in another lap. Joshua Carlson, again, 12th overall. Oh, no, Adam Andretti. Is that
is
turn
the
5?
Exit of turn 5. I thought it was a mechanical issue, but I think he might have just gotten in too hot. That's some rough exit curb there, spun it around, but obviously just dropped it back down in the first gear. Looks like it's under power here.
Yeah. What he's got to be careful of, though, is he didn't have a huge, huge gap between him and Amy Ruman.
Amy's got to be behind him, by him now here. That was, we'll take a look on timing and scoring when that refreshes, but I imagine that's dropped him down the order, and he's going to have his challenge. I imagine that puts Amy back up into 5th. Here's a look.
There it is.
Just coming down into turn 5.
And a lapper.
Last minute look. Moves over on Paul, but then just loses that back end. So nothing too crazy. Heads up by the 60 car.
Oh, and Menard is slow. Things getting crazy here. Paul Menard slows down. That could greatly change the championship standings here if Andretti can get to the finish. There goes that Amy Ruman that just went by.
That puts Amy Ruman to P3. Adam Andretti, who was seeing his championship slip away with a spin in turn 5, is now just about to catch up to Paul Menard, limping through Canada corner in that Pittsburgh Paints Mustang. Is that a flat left front?
There goes Dreesy past. Yeah, something's wrong with that left front.
That's a flat left front or a broken left front suspension.
Yeah. Couldn't tell if it was either deflated or just broken.
What a
Here comes
change
Pinteric
here.
to go by. So Andretti showing in 3rd as they cross the line. So Amy did not get around him.
Wow.
So that is a huge break for Adam Andretti as he takes 3rd. Amy Ruman's now 4th. Brandon Jones sitting in 5th, having a great run in the top 5. Tommy Dreesy is in 6th. David Pinteric is 7th. And Paul Menard painstakingly, achingly just rolling very slowly up the pit lane here. And I was going to say, one of the strengths of this team that he's driving for, the 3GT crew, has been reliability and durability, and it's biting them here today.
The only 2 issues Paul Menard has had this year is with that left front. Had that left front failure
Road
in
Atlanta.
turn 6 at Road Atlanta, and now the left front failure here at Road America. They've had some problems here and there in practice, but they've made it right for the race.
So Adam Andretti now with 4 laps remaining. That's the other thing. They were so close to this one being done. Looks like it must have been flat because they're not really taking a look at the suspension, are they, on that left front? They'll get him back out there, salvage as many points as they can on the day.
And I'm just guessing here, Paul was so strong on the brakes. Maybe there's a couple times where he got behind him. Maybe that's why he dropped back initially, as he got so close to Brab's under braking there. You lose that front downforce. It's easy, like I was talking about in turn 5, to lock up that inside tire. And in that case, that would be the left front. I don't want to presume anything here, but there's a probability that was what that issue is.
And he got back on track just in front of John DeGainer, who is running 10th overall. Wow, boy, things are changing here with 3 laps remaining with our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, live from Road America here on Speed Sport 1, and you're getting to see all of it. There is Paul Menard, the Pittsburgh Paints and Stains, number 3, trying to work his way through traffic as quick as he can to see if he can catch up to David Pinteric, Dreesy Jones, and the rest, gain some points back. We'll be back for the finish. And we stay with Chris Dyson in the Jim Weed, number 16, who's led every lap here so far today. And he's caught up to Kaylee Bryson, which means he has gotten all the way up to 11th overall, trying to find a way around her Corvette right now.
Just as we glance back to that, you know, we'd seen Chris calm at the wheel and whatnot. When you're catching a lapped car that's got decent pace on the top speed, oh gosh, boy, that's a really heads up from Kaylee there. That's, Chris, buddy, that's a tough place to take a look. into the kink there. I was just asking these guys in the drivers' meeting. But what I was going to say was Chris looked in the mirror 3 times back to where Brabham was to make sure that that gap was big enough that when he had to go buy a lapped car, he wasn't going to get that lapped car. Brabham wasn't going to be able to use it as a pick and keep that momentum going. Brabham, obviously, not too many team orders here. I think if there was team orders, you wouldn't even see Chris check the mirrors here. Brabham wants this win. Chris, who is 4th on the Trans Am all-time win list and can tie Tommy Kendall for 3rd on the all-time with 2 laps to go. 2 to go as we come across the line right here.
Is it 28, the number that it'll be?
28.
28
Chris Dyson
victories,
has 27 wins. A 28th would tie him for 3rd on the all-time list with Tommy Kendall.
So here's the other thing. Let's update you on the points real quick. But with 2 laps to go, Menard came into the day with 598 as the points leader. Andretti was 2nd with 552. Dreese 3rd at 525. Amy Ruman 4th at 521. And Dyson and we're back here on Speed Sport 1 watching this battle with 2 laps remaining here in our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Just updating you on the points coming into the day. Menard was the points leader at 598. Adam Andretti 2nd with 552. Tommy Dreese 3rd with 525. Just 4 markers behind him is Amy Ruman with 521 and Dyson with 473. So even though Chris has had a lot of problems this year, he's been making some big gains in the points here in the last couple of rounds. And today, the trouble for Menard could really help Dyson get back into this points chase.
You know, Chris said, all I want to do is just win all the rest of the races. Well, there comes a point where if you actually are successful in that, now you're back in with the championship in the back of your mind. This is not over. And like we're talking about here, there's only 8 tenths from 1st to 2nd. Adam Andretti alone, all by himself, 29 seconds back. But Amy Ruman, Tommy Dreese, Brendan Jones, 4th, 5th, and 6th on the line here, all within a few seconds. As we come down, we're approaching our white flag here. Chris Dyson with about a 9/10 of a second lead, trying to make history here to move from 4th on the all-time win list with 27 career wins. A win here, white flag, would tie him with Tommy Kendall 3rd on the all-time list.
And the car that's in front of him, he can't see him right now, but the car on the racetrack in front of him, Paul Menard.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if I doubt he's going to catch him because Paul came whistling by here, really moving pretty quick. So he's got everything working again on that number 3 Pittsburgh Paints and Stains machine. But Dyson, who won here in 2020 and 2021, looking to add 2025 here at Road America to his win total.
There's that Pittsburgh Paints Mustang coming through turn 5. That should be a comfortable enough gap. He's not worried so much right now. He's just, Paul's sad he can't get the win in front of his hometown here, in front of his family and friends here. Dyson just trying to bring it home. At this point with a 100-yard lead here over Brabham, he can just sort of hit his marks. Doesn't have to push too hard. Like I said, we've got a battle here at the white flag. Tommy
all
Dreese
3 of them
running over some debris on the entry to 1.
And Jones right there behind him and Ruman just in front. This is going to be a tremendous, oh, look at Jones sweeping as Dreese blocks as they come down into turn 3. Dreese trying to find a way around Amy Ruman.
What a tough spot. Dreese's on the attack and the defense all at the same time here. He's got to be looking forward and back. He wants to get that run out of 3, but needs to defend to Jones.
Brandon Jones running an Xfinity race last night, running Trans Am here today. Dreese inside at 5, gets around Amy Ruman. That'll put him up to 4th. And Jones now trying to make something happen on the outside of the Corvette, and does. So Jones will move up to 5th. And here is Chris Dyson. 65 Trans Am races have been run here at Elkhart Lake. Tommy Kendall has won the most with 4. No other racetrack has seen as many races with Trans Am as has Road America. The first winner in 1970, Mark Donahue. In 2025, for the 3rd time in his career, it's Chris Dyson taking the win here at Road America in his Jim Weed Mustang. And he is very, very much alive in this championship chase.
What a day for the points championship here between Menard having the bad luck, Adam capitalizing on that, but obviously Chris Dyson moving from 5th now, very much in contention with 5 races to go in this championship.
Matty Brabom crosses the line behind his teammate in 2nd place. They ran 1-2 all day. Adam Andretti up and down crosses the line in 3rd. And here comes that battle for 4th with Dreesy and Jones. Jones trying to find a way around with the draft. Up the hill they come. Amy Ruman behind them. Here they come to the line. Dreesy is just going to beat him to the line. Tommy Dreesy finishes 4th and will gain some significant points in the championship as he came into the day 3rd. He'll be very much alive in this fight as well as we head to Watkins Glen next. And here's Menard sweeping through on his final lap. Boy, they did everything right on that car today, Andy, except for one thing, keeping that left front on there.
Colin Comer, our GT1 leader in that Mountain Dew Mustang, also looking like he's coming through our final couple of corners to get that W.
There's Adam in that top liner Chevy Camaro celebrating. He did exactly what he said I have to do today. I have to go 100 miles and let it play out in front of me, and it did. Here's the celebration with Chris Dyson, now tying Tommy Kendall with 28 victories in his career in Trans Am, tying him for 3rd overall all-time on the win list.
That was Colin Comer coming across to secure that GT1 win.
That ex-John Gooding machine, such a great-looking race car.
Oh.
Comer 9th overall and 1st in GT1.
And that'll be John DeGainer, our points leader in GT1, coming home P2.
They're talking about running some extra races with that car this year. I was talking with him earlier, maybe possibly Watkins Glen.
I love to see those guys come out here. It's such a good show. I love the old school look of Trans Am. It's what hooked me as a younger driver of why I wanted to get to this series and run races in this series.
Well, it was the same thing for Colin. He said, as a kid, I came out here to Road America and I saw this car racing here, and now I get to own it. And there goes Dyson and the rest of the field headed towards Jim Weed Victory Circle.
We saw Joshua Carlson, our winner. Dirks Limited and Siva Ford Mustang there, our SGT, points leader.
Here's a look at your results. Dyson, Brabom, Andretti, Dreesy, and Jones, your top 5. Amy Ruman will take 6th. David Pinterick had his challenges today. He holds on for 7th, just in front of Paul Menard. Colin Comer getting the win there in his category. And 9th overall, Kaylee Bryson takes a win in her class in XGT. Josh Carlton takes the win in SGT. Patrick Paul, Chris Coffey, our good buddy Ryan, and the rest of the field. And we are now into the Jim Weed Winner's Circle.
We'll see Chris Dyson hop out of the car. We didn't get to talk too much about Chris Coffey. He had an amazing race at Mid-Ohio here, took another victory today. We didn't get enough in-focus time here for the Norwood crew of him and Colin, but super happy that he's back here extending his lead in the points championship. Chris Dyson climbing on out now.
Big celebration for Chris. And we head down to Ben Sissel.
Yeah, I'm watching Chris Dyson coming through his team, giving a high five to his team. High five to his other driver, Matt Brabom. We're at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Jim Weed 1-2 here. Unbelievable. A big hug from his son. Coming in, and now he's taking off the Hans. I could already see a huge smile on Dyson's face. Taking out his ears. Hold on. Rafa Matos is down here to give him a big congratulations. So Chris putting on the racer hat here at Road America, that's got to feel really good. How was your race?
It was great, Ben. Honestly, I mean, I'm just so thrilled to be back in Victory Lane here, Winner's Circle, Jim Weed Winner's Circle, 1-2 again. I'm so proud of the guys. I got my little guy Ian here this weekend. His first trip to Road America. It's about as memorable as mine was, and that was about almost 40 years ago. So I keep coming back here. I just love this place more and more, and it was really good to us all as a team today. I couldn't be happier.
Most important thing, have you had some ice cream while you're in the dairy state, or any cheese, anything like that?
No.
Well, you got to go. You got to go get some cheese and some ice cream. Well, Chris at Jim Weed Winner's Circle, nice job. P1, unbelievable. We'll come through here because XGT, Kaylee Bryson, in the 0-2. Yeah, let's hear for Kaylee Bryson. Come on now. Kaylee, how was your race out there?
Really, really good. I mean, this car was dialed in, and I was running my hardest to run 11. That was my goal for this weekend, to run 11. I think we ran an 11.5, so that just goes to show how good our car is, how good our team is, and really thankful to Larry Bailey for making this possible and the whole LSI crew and my whole team for making this possible.
Nice. How about that? Kaylee Bryson. Then from Iowa, Josh Carlson. I got to hang out with Josh Carlson's dog this weekend. Love the dog. Man, you were in the thick of it with all kinds of cars out there today. How was your race?
It was a lot of fun. This is my third year running Trans Am here, and I made my debut here. So it was really special to win on my home track and, win in the Trans Am series here. So
nice. Well, congratulations. The beautiful Enceva Ford Mustang. Third place, who was fighting for fourth the whole time. And Adam and I were talking, like, sometimes things just happen. You got to be there in the end, finishing third with top liner, but a very good championship points day here for Adam Andretti. How was your race?
It was it was pretty uneventful. For once, we got a gift from Paul. We've been giving gifts for the last season and a half, so it was nice to be on the receiving end for once. So proud of Burton Racing and this whole group, top to bottom, top liner, and the support that we get from them and Hinchman and Bell Helmets. But CD Racing, another one too. Those guys, I had the best shot at that battle between Matthew and Paul, and it was good. And he was pushing, trying to get there, and it just I think Paul just finally got enough of that left front. But again, we're blessed. Just so proud to be here and thankful for this day because we needed those points for sure.
Adam Andretti, big championship day here with Burton Racing. Then we're coming over here, Colin Comer. I just watched everybody just throw water on him. Colin, nice job. It all kind of worked out, and I know we were talking yesterday. Oh, look at Boris. Now, that's good because sometimes Boris gives a nut check, so that's much better than that in this heat. Yeah, exactly. But you were saying everything has to work out perfectly to put that little splash of gas in there, and you got it. How was your race?
It was awesome. It worked out. The pit stop worked out. It ran out of the primary fuel about 15 laps in and went to the reserve fuel and just said my prayers and sat there.
Nice. Well, Boris, the spotter, I love the comments. Boris, how was his race out there? You're the guy that kind of brought him into this.
The hard thing is I say, you're one Trans Am race and you win it. You should be one and done, 100% win ratio. Well, he did a great job. I mean, his lap times were as good as when we raced here back in the day, so it's pretty impressive. His head might get big now.
Yeah, late.
Well,
his wife will put him in check. And normally, isn't it customary if you win a race, he buys a dinner spotter, right?
Usually, yeah, usually. I think you guys, there's a McDonald's right down the road. Yeah, have at it. Yeah, exactly. Boris says it's in the rule book. Well, we're about to have some fun here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Huge celebration. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth so we can reset.
All right, Ben, we've got a lot more to go here still from Road America. Want to let you know that we will have the replay tonight at 7 p.m., the encore of today's Trans Am race here on Speed Sport 1. But coming up after this will be Wasota Racing up next on SS1. And TA2, don't forget, live tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Speed Sport 1. We'll be back for TA2 then. But we got more action coming your way from here at Road America today, so stay with us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we're back here at Road America looking down on the Jim Weed winner's circle. See all the cars have pulled into place. All right, Ben, take it away.
All right, Wisconsin, let's hear you. Come on now, get loud. The Jim Weed winner's circle. This is always a party. Love coming here to Road America for the Road America Speed Tour and the Cheese Capital Cup. We are going to start with GT. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Dallas, Texas, in that beautiful Maserati. Get loud, because his wife is here. Colin Cohen, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, Wisconsin. Keep up that energy. If you need some energy, there's some free energy right up here with some free Jim Weed. Ryan, I'm going to do my best. In second place in that beautiful Porsche, the number 49, Ryan Schakowsky, ladies and gentlemen. All right, a little more energy on this side than this side. And then first place, last year's champion in GT. He had so much fun last night in downtown Plymouth. He had to win today. Let's hear it. Traffic Graphics, that beautiful Maserati, Chris Coffey. Yeah. Keep this up, Wisconsin. I love this energy. Colin Cohen, Chris Coffey teammates. Colin, your wife's here. You're on the podium at Road America. How was your race?
It was great. I was at the back the whole time, in case you didn't notice, but it was good fun. It was good fun to chase the guys in front of me and to try and maintain a pace. And thanks again to all the TA drivers for their courtesy and their help in making that possible, and to Trans Am for making events like this work at complicated tracks like this. Thank you.
I love it. How about that? Colin Cohen, ladies and gentlemen, saying the quiet part out loud, always telling the truth. Schakowsky, how close am I?
You are, dude, spot on.
Spot on, he says. Now, how was your race, man? It looks like you got some good energy. You have fun out there?
Oh, dude, had a great time. Super fun. First time with Trans Am. First pro race this weekend. Couldn't ask for a better weekend, man. It was fantastic.
This is your first time in Trans Am. Yep. First pro race. You're on the podium. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to say thanks to my crew chief, Kara Kazda. She's down there taking photos. And then all my crew, Kevin, my dad, everybody else at 4048 competition. Thank you guys so much.
Nice. How about that? Now, ladies and gentlemen, special treat. I'm going to hold it down here, but we need that Ric Flair here for this crowd. Woo! Nice. How about that, little nature boy? Chris, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
First thing I want to do is thank the beautiful people of Wisconsin. That parade yesterday was fantastic. We had a little more fun than we can really talk about. So, absolutely fantastic race. I want to thank Ryan for coming out and racing with us. My crew, Alex and Xavier, really helped me this weekend because we had to do some spring changes and stuff for the new tires. So, thanks, guys, for helping me with that. And I want to thank Josh Hurley. He's really the scientist behind the action, helping me get the car set up through every session. I mean, we do so much work, it's crazy. So I want to thank Colin and Nancy. Without them, I couldn't be here. They are the most important part of my racing program. And my wife, Morgan, and my son, Sam. I love you guys, and I can't wait to see you.
Nice. All right, how about that? Keep this energy, Wisconsin. I know it's hot, but we like you guys. Colin Cohen, Ryan Schakowsky, and Chris Coffey. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, GT. Now, whoever's loud, they might throw these hats out there for you. I know it's Ryan's first time, but Ryan, you're welcome to throw that Sunoco hat out there. Who's got the best frisbee golf arm? We got it. Yeah. Wait. No, wait. We put the. Yeah, there we go. Oh, man. Come on now. Oh, Ryan has the arm. Nice job, Ryan. All right, now they have the Pirelli hats. Hold up those trophies, ladies and gentlemen. Come on now. Get loud, Wisconsin. Colin Cohen, Ryan Schakowsky, Chris Coffey. Colin's waving the trophy. All right, now we're going to give out the champagne. I need everybody to get loud. Even the Cube 3 people I see out there. There we go. Oh, right into the eyes. Oh, Ryan, I should have warned you, man. You got to wear your sunglasses or else you're going to get right in the eyes. How about that, ladies and gentlemen, the GT class Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Keep the party going. Ryan, welcome to Trans Am. Nice job. This is SGT, ladies and gentlemen, in third place, but he's kind of from this area roundabouts. Let's hear it for Tim Gray. Come on now in that beautiful Ryan. Beautiful Ryan TA2 SGT car. Where is he? He's coming. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, in that white Mustang running monster. Let's hear it for Patrick Paul. SGT. And then from just kind of down the road a little bit from the great state of Iowa, maybe my favorite dog here in the paddock this weekend. I've gotten to meet his mom and his dad and his dog. My son's favorite racer this weekend. Let's hear number 1, Joshua Carlson in that Enceva. There we go. Carlson's got some fans. Now, Tim Gray, you know, I know you helped bring us to Brainerd years ago. You've been a long-time supporter. You're back with us with Troy on the podium. How was your race?
It was good. The car performed very well. Troy puts a good product on the road, as does Ed helps, and Troy helps, and the whole crew helps. So I had no issues last week or this week. It was great.
Nice. 2 weekends in a row. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Gray, his son Matt is going to be in tomorrow's race. Patrick Paul having fun out there, man. The car looked great. How was your race?
It was great. Car performed really well. Didn't have any pace for this guy, but we were close, so it was fun. Very fun. Thanks to all the crew. It was great. It's fantastic.
I love it. How about that, Patrick Paul? Now, funny thing I like to talk about, when he's not racing, he's delivering for DoorDash. We need a DoorDash on the side of that car, maybe the fastest DoorDasher out there. Josh Carlson, all the way from Iowa. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, the race went really well. Obviously we won, so, you know, that was pretty cool. Had a lot of fun racing with Patrick and Tim over here. Patrick kept me honest all week, and really hope I get to race with him again. I'm really happy to win at my home track after my third attempt here with Trans Am. I'd like to thank Dan, Michelle, Jim, Lisa, Andy, Paul, Sammy, Marco, my parents, my grandpa, Enceva, Dirks, All Testing, JCR Holdings. Without any of them, I wouldn't be racing this weekend, so thank you guys for coming out. And yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Wait, hold on, Lucas. Hold on. You got to get a shot of this. Can you see that, Lucas? Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Too many people to thank. I like that, Josh Carlson. All right, gentlemen, hold those trophies up. SGT, Tim Gray, Patrick Paul, Josh Carlson. Man, that was fun. Josh was in the thick of it all race long. Eric, I think somebody wants a hat. Who wants a hat? Oh, these nice khaki Sunoco hats. I'm going there. I'm going there. Ooh, that was a snag. I think he stole it from Carlson's mom. Come on now, Wisconsin. Don't lose your energy. Come on. Oh, Patrick Paulstrom. Oh, nice. Tim Gray, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Paul, Josh Carlson, hold those trophies up. Come on, Wisconsin, stay with us. This is a good crowd. Ooh, and Kaylee Bryson's got her dog here, too. I like that dog as well. All right, champagne. Everybody, they're trying to say, what are we doing here, guys? Do we have to go dry clean our suits? Come on now, get loud. Tim Gray, Patrick Paul, Josh Carlson. I don't think they're spraying each other. I think Tim wants to take that home. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They don't want to go home smelling like alcohol. I get it. From the state of Minnesota, right next door. How about that, Tim Gray? Born in Wisconsin, though. Come on now. He's a cheesehead. I'm not going to ask him Packers or Vikings then. I know that that's just asking for war. XGT. Oh, Colin has picked up a diamond earring over here. So I'm going to give this to Eric if anybody's missing that. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to do the important things first. How about a round of applause for Izzy? Beautiful dog. I love it. Kaylee Bryson, last year's SGT champion, now running an XGT. Kaylee, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, we had an amazing race. We're actually 5 seconds quicker than we were last year around here. So that's really cool. It's really cool to make improvements like that and make our car quicker. You know, our car used to be on the street several years ago, so to turn it into a race car is really cool. My team does a phenomenal job on that car. They work their butts off making this car fast. So to come around here and run a 211 in that car is really special, really awesome for my team. Really thankful for my sponsors, LSI Racing, RE Enterprises, Larry Bailey, Chris Santucci, Scott Neal, Grant Penn, everybody that's working on this car. They do an amazing job. Really thankful for all the fans that coming out. You made it a really fun weekend.
I love it. How about that? Kaylee Bryson, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and Izzy. Hold that trophy up, Kaylee. Let's hear it. Get loud. Kaylee Bryson, ladies and gentlemen. That is 2 weekends in a row with a dog on the podium in this race. Last weekend we had Grumby, right, Matt? Grumby. Now we've got Izzy. Oh, man. But she's fast, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, get loud. Kaylee Bryson. You can take it, Briggs. Kaylee, I'm guessing you just want to go back and share that champagne with your team. Nice. Come on now. Kaylee Bryson, ladies and gentlemen, Extreme GT. Izzy wants to come down and get some gym weed, I think. Kind of a new class, and I'm super excited for this one because I grew up watching the Trans Am Series with my friend Ralph Shaheen announcing in this era. Boris said was spotting for a car he used to race against and race in. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, bringing that great kind of wedge of cheddar cheese yellow Corvette. Let's hear it. Ray Cobbs in GT1 with Myson. Come on up here, Ray. Come on, how about a round of applause for Ray? I believe all the way from Boston, Massachusetts. Is that correct? That's right, but he was wearing kind of a cowboy hat. There we go. Come on now. Ray Cobbs. Then, ladies and gentlemen, in second place, he won a lot of his races here when he was here with us in May in the vintage. Let's hear it. Second place, John DeGainer, ladies and gentlemen. And then to call this Road America his home track would be an understatement. It's even more of a home track. First place, first time in the Trans Am Series in that beautiful Mountain Dew car. Let's hear it. Colin Comer, ladies and gentlemen. I almost said Colin Cohen, but he was up here earlier. So, Ray, you were out there. You were mixing it up with Josh Carlson a long time. How was your race?
He raced me so clean. Thank you. That was awesome.
Well, anybody you want to thank? I'm sure Myson and everybody like that.
I got to thank my family. I got to thank my wife for all the patience. I got to thank Mark Myson and the crew. I got to thank all the people that come here to watch us, either on TV or here at Road America and all the places Trans Am goes. Thanks.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Ray Cobbs. DeGainer up here in GT1 next to your good friend. That was a heck of a race. How was it for you out there?
It was fantastic. It's great to be back here, and I'm really happy for Colin to have the success he did. And it was nice to for the two of us under the same tent to be able to finish 1-2. It was a good day, really good day.
Nice. Good day. How about that? We had ice cream the other night together. I love it. Maybe if you hadn't gotten the double scoop, maybe you had something for him.
No, I don't want to say that I never had a chance, but I want to thank the team. I want to thank all of the guys that worked on the car and what got it to this point. But it was a really good weekend.
Nice. How about that? John DeGainer. And then, Colin, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Well, it's kind of surprising. Wasn't expecting to be here. Entered last week. Wasn't expecting to finish because we don't have enough fuel. And I don't know why I'm here. So if you guys know, please come over and tell me. But it's pretty cool. You know, like to thank my family, my wife Kana, for encouraging me to do this. My daughter Remington, my son Briggs, all my in-laws to come out here, all the guys at the watch shop to take care of us, and Liberty Firearms for giving me a little bit of race car money to come out here. And you know, my spotter Boris said, who talks way too much on the frickin' radio, but I mean, he did the job. So thank you all. Really appreciate it. This was unexpected and pretty damn cool.
I love it. How about that? Now, I was in the Dyson pits when you guys passed, and they said, man, those 90s Trans Am cars sound so good. So come on now, Wisconsin. Let's let them hear it. Ray Cobbs, John DeGainer, Colin Comer. How about that? First time in Trans Am, and he's on the top step. That doesn't happen that often. All right, he's coming back. He said, who wants a hat? All right, here we go. I'm going to try. Oh, the wind took it. Oh, that right there. Guy already has a hat, though. All right, come on now. Let's get loud, Wisconsin. Ray Cobbs, GT1, John DeGainer, Colin Comer, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. That was fun. Oh, hold the trophies up. Hold the trophies up. There we go. We're looking at Chris at the top of the bleachers there. Nice job. Man, that was fun to watch, guys. Brought me back to my high school days watching Trans Am on the Nashville network. Let's hear it. Ray Cobbs, John DeGainer, and Colin Comer. No champagne? Growing champagne? Oh, I'm surprised DeGainer didn't go right into Colin's eyes. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Nice job. Gentlemen, congratulations. That was fun. Hey, text me when Mountain Dew sends you that winner's check, Colin. He said don't wait by the phone. All right, crazy here in TA. The championship is heating up. In third place with that top liner, Chevy Camaro with Burton Racing. Let's hear it. Adam Andretti, ladies and gentlemen. Then in second place in this beautiful number 21, Jimweed Athletic Focus Drink. Let's hear it. Matt Brabom. And then in first place, bringing his Jimweed Athletic Focus Drink to Jimweed Winner's Circle. His son is here, so let's get extra loud. Let's hear it. Chris Dyson, ladies and gentlemen. Nice. Adam Andretti, that was a great championship race for you. Good points. How was it for you out there?
It's pretty uneventful, honestly. You know, I had a great shot of Paul Menard and Matthew Brabham just battling it out. Fantastic battle between those two professionals, and we were just kind of hanging on. The track temperatures today really took some of our speed away. We didn't have the pace we had throughout the weekend, but this top liner crew, they never give up. Burton Racing never gives up. We have a lot of heart over there in that group, and really, really proud of them, and so thankful for everyone on that team. I really appreciate the support I get at home from my wife, Tabitha. All the support I get personally as a driver with Bell helmets and Hinchman driving uniforms. And huge congratulations to CD Racing. I mean, this group does an awesome job. They put great race cars out every weekend, and I believe they just keep racking up 1-2s like it's their job. So it's good stuff. And but we're coming after, and I know that we're working really hard. Our heads are down, and we know who we have to target after. So, but feeling blessed and really appreciative of absolutely everything. The Wisconsin fans, Road America, you fans, no matter what's going on out here, you come out and you support it, and we thank you for that, and we really do. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Nice. How about that? And ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor just to be able to say Andretti, Brabham, Dyson up here on the podium. Some huge names. Boris Ed's out there somewhere with his big afro watching all this. Matt Brabom, is this your first time with us this season, not P1? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he said, yeah, I think so. Matt, how was your race out there?
Yeah, it was great. It was a great race. It's so much fun racing these cars. Big thank you to Chris Dyson for having me on board and the team. Jim Weed for supporting our cars, and obviously all the great drivers out there, Adam, Paul, and then all the crowd and the fans for sticking around and watching our race. It's so great to be out there with a good atmosphere, and it was a lot of fun out there. Had a good race.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Matty Brabom, second place. Dyson, this has got to feel good here. I'll take this, and then if you take the mic, tell us about your race.
Well, first of all, can you guys hear me out there? First of all, I want to say thank you so much to my team for preparing two great cars here. This is the second weekend in a row of a 1-2 finish, and that's a really special thing for us as drivers to know that we got cars that we can go out and race up front together. And I want to say particular thanks to my young son, Ian, who's here today. It's his first time ever here at Road America. And memorable relationship the family has here with this track. For me, it goes back almost 40 years. And I just love this place more and more. And every year we come here, it gets more special and more meaningful. And just the Jim Weed 16 car was an absolute thrill to drive. And just want to say thanks to the fans for being out here and supporting us every year. And thanks to the team.
Nice. How about that? Now listen, I will tell you this. The best food is at Road America. But you're here in Wisconsin. You got to go get an ice cream cone up there. You got to tell Dad you got to get an ice cream cone. Come on, Wisconsin. We got to get louder than these cars. Adam Andretti, Matthew Brabom, Chris Dyson up here. I want to give a big shout out to Mike, John Everett, and his team. I love coming to Road America. I have the privilege of coming here twice a year. We love it. We love the staff here. We love the fans here. You guys never disappoint. Come on now, let's get loud. Adam Andretti, Matt Brabom, Chris Dyson. They were showing their Cool Box iceless cooling system certificates. Oh, we're throwing some hats out. Oh, hitting the crew. All right, Wisconsin, we're getting to the end of it. I need everybody to get super loud here. All right, we need to get really loud. We have a special thing coming up next, but come on, get loud. Adam Andretti, Matt Brabom, Chris Dyson. Now, pay close attention. Cameraman, get a shot of their faces because we're doing something different here for the Cheese Capital Cup. They're wearing some cheese heads. They might be putting those in their trophy case. I don't know if they're throwing those out. Plymouth, Wisconsin, the cheese capital of the world. There we go. How about that? Best reaction we've had. Where's my cheeseheads out there? Adam Andretti, Matt Brabom, Chris Dyson. Nice. You can if you want, but I'd put it in my trophy case. Back row with that guy, they said. Nice job, Dyson. Nice job. All right, well, Ralph, I'm going to send it back up to you because we've got a party going on down here. Go back up, but I've got the MCO lap leader to give out. Oh, they're going to go the champagne. Have the champagne. Oh, right into Dyson's eyes. That was vicious. Absolutely vicious. Even the teammate went right into Dyson's eyes, and they're still going at it. Oh, man. You know, the Brabham-Andretti rivalry goes back to the 60s. How about that? Love it there. All right, and then our MCO lap leader. Says, sorry, Matt. Our MCO lap leader goes to Chris Dyson. Where's the MCO hat? No MCO hat. Round of applause for MCO Gears coming through. This is tough on the gears. Now, Ralph, I'm going to leave Jim Weed Winner's Circle back up to you in the booth. Thank you, Wisconsin.
Man, look at all those people down there in the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. What a great shot, huh, Andy?
Very cool race today. Big swing in the points. History being made with Chris tying Tommy Kendall on the win list. Third all time with 28 wins. Is third at Road America. What a fun day.
Yep, and we got a little bit more to go. So stay with us here on Speed Sport 1. We'll be back to wrap things up.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Back here at Road America, you can see the fans still all around the racetrack. So many great places to watch from here, Andy. I don't know if I've ever come up with my favorite location yet.
I have wandered all over here, and actually just in the last 5 years, Road America, and every year I come here, they've done something else. We see that pavement down there. We see that they've leveled out some of that to watch on the new garages down there. The path now that goes all the way to the kink is so easy to access. Let's look at some of the highlights from today.
Yep. There's Dyson out front with Brabom and Menard right behind him, and Andretti after that. That would be the fight throughout the day. Dickey had issues twice during the day in his 64 Camaro. That brought out one yellow, stacked everybody back up. We went back to green, and up front things were exactly the same four in order. Menard started dipping a wheel, but that was the rear wheel that he was dipping because he ended up with having problems at the front.
But it's that move right there. You do that over and over and over again, you're bound to lock that left front up. And again, we're not absolutely sure what the problem was there. We're just kind of taking a guess here. Adam
Andretti here, he dove down, got in a little too hot. Fortunately for him, he looped it, nobody clipped him, and he was able to keep going. Then here's the problems for Paul Menard. As you can see, left front down, and he dropped like a rock. Menard would end up coming into the pit lane, get that tire changed, and he would end up finishing 8th overall.
8th, yes. A last lap pass by Tommy Dreese on Amy Ruman to put him into 4th. That's also a big gainer as he also gains on Menard. Our point swap today was wild. Chris Dyson pumping that fist, taking win number 28, 3rd on the all-time Trans Am win list, tying the legend Tommy Kendall, both of them inducted into our Hall of Fame this year.
And Dyson now has 3 wins here at Road America. Tommy Kendall has the most with 4, so Dyson has a shot at that next time we're back here, which, Mr. President, next year?
Absolutely. We are going to come back to Road America. I'll let you know that date fairly soon, but for sure, Road America, one of our favorite places to ever come race. Talking about racetracks, here's our 2025 schedule. We're at Road America right now. In 2 weeks, we go to Watkins Glen. Then we go north of the border to the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, Virginia National Raceway, Barber Motorsports Park, and then we get the closeout in Texas.
Circuit of the Americas. Yep. And we get all the great dining experiences around the country too, right? Because this weekend it's Siebken's over here in Road America. Then when we go up to Watkins Glen, we go to the what's the hotel up there that has the
Seneca Lodge.
Seneca Lodge.
Yes,
there you go.
got to get a drink at the Seneca Lodge. It's one of the neatest bars on the planet out there. Yes.
Right?
Yes, and we've got
all the great spots around the country.
And we haven't had too much of a chance to talk about our Western Championship that opened up the season at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. The Western Championship joined the National Tour when we went back-to-back races at Sonoma Raceway, and then just down the road, about an hour and a half, to WeatherTech Raceway Park, the famous Laguna Seca. And
but we're going to see him again coming up at Portland. Speed Sport 1 will have coverage of the West Coast Series from Portland coming up later in July.
A doubleheader, that one, and then another doubleheader at the famous Thunderhill Raceway Park before everyone comes together again to close out at the Circuit of the Americas at COTA.
Pretty cool. We get to see them in, 3 out of their 6 races, almost half their year?
It's a great chance when we get
4, actually.
Kind of half and half there where we get these guys on the West Coast to join the National Series. It really pumps up the field. Always glad having those guys out here, getting them some airtime on Speed Sport 1 and really promoting our West Coast.
And they have some good racing out there with the West Series too. In fact, we've seen Mia Lovell, for example, go out and run with the West. A handful of competitors have done that. So who knows who we'll have when we get to Portland in a few weeks.
Yeah, our reigning champion LaPaglia out there, giving Mia a run for her money. And Mia normally our national level competitor, but liking that West Coast, a professional skater, Mia.
Yeah.
She had her chance at the X Games. I think Arizona-based.
Arizona-based, yeah.
Yep.
18 years of age. Getting ready to go to Davidson College back in North Carolina. So there's the Elkhart Lake Lions party deck if you make your way out here to Road America. So many great places to watch from. And we thank you for watching here live today on Speed Sport 1. And remember, we've got more great racing coming your way here on Speed Sport 1 today. Coming up next, right here, don't change the dial, is Wissota. Some great racing action with them. The encore presentation of today's Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli will take place this evening on Speed Sport 1 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you have any friends that missed it, make sure they know to tune in at 7 tonight. And then tomorrow, Speed Sport 1 back live from here at Road America with the TA2 category going live at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 1:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, live with TA2. For now, that'll wrap things up here at Road America. The points has gotten very tight as we get ready to head to Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks. Chris Dyson, Matty Brabom, Adam Andretti celebrating with the Cheeseheads on the top steps of the podium here today. Congratulations to all of them as they tighten things up in the points behind Paul Menard. Well, that'll do it for now. For Andy Lally and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Congratulations, Chris Dyson. So long from America's National Park of Speed, Road America.
Well, this is the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. So here I am in the Pirelli tent. And what we want to do right now is kind of walk you through the process. So Amy Ruman has been nice enough to drop off 4 used sets of tires or beautiful Forge Line wheels. And then the Pirelli guys, they all just hopped up like they know what they're doing. He's X'd them out. And he basically is the one that's going to mark this and tell them they just turned in 4 tires. They're going to get 4 new tires, and he invoices them. No money is exchanged here at the track. See, he's writing her number here, the number 23 on that beautiful red McNichols Corvette. He's basically, all they're doing is stacking it up with the fronts and the rears. They move down through here. You can see that this is the left front. This is the right front. And now they're coming in here to the dismount. Now, these are the Forge Line wheels. They put them on here. This thing comes in, takes the bead. You can see it. It's about to take the bead and basically squish the tire down. And then they run it through. And you can tell the muscle memory of these Pirelli technicians is unbelievable. This is a lot harder and more difficult than they make it look, as now they're basically coming through to dismount the tires. You can hear everything is through their air compressor. Now they're taking it off the bead. And they've got it fully dismounted. So there is the old tire, and now they put the new tire on. This is the lubing. They just kind of lube the bead, and I did hear that they have to put more lube on the bead for the TA2 tires than on these TA Forge Line wheels tires. And now they're mounting the tire. Obviously, with the muscle memory that's happening right now with these Pirelli technicians, they've done this thousands of times, I would say. So now they come up here to inflation. And the first thing that the inflator will probably, one of the first things, so they've got these little innards that go inside the valve stem. You can see that. That's what you're pushing when you have to put air into the tires or out of the tires. That goes in. He's airing it up. And you can see this part, I guess, gets kind of dangerous. You don't want your fingers in there when the bead pops that we just heard. And then just in case, they've put a cage around this. And then how many pounds, the first time you inflate, how many pounds are you putting in this?
We're going to find out. It's about 50.
50 pounds, okay. So basically, you put it up to 50 just to get the beads to pop, and now you bring it down to whatever, 30. Okay, so they're going to do 30 pounds, and then it comes down here to balance. And balance is kind of, not that this isn't a science anywhere, but the balancing is really one of the most critical aspects of this, because then the car won't shake or vibrate, and the drivers will feel a lot better. If a tire goes out of balance or a wheel goes out of balance, that can really mess them up. This is the balancer, and this is a computer generated, and it rotates itself, and then it'll tell them where to put the weights. It'll tell them where to rotate and then what weights they need where. So there's the green mark on the tire. And what is it telling you which weights to put where?
So each one of these is a quarter ounce. It's asking for 2 ounces, so you're going to have 8 total. That arrow right there indicates top dead center, which is right here.
Okay. So the green arrow tells the top dead center, and he's putting the weights in there. Then he's going to do it again and see if it passes. Have you ever had a perfectly balanced wheel and tire without weights?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
That's kind of like a lucky strike. 3 cherries at the slot machine. So that looks good. That passes, balanced. And now it comes out here, the number 23, and they'll keep the tires together, but then they'll stack them out here. So let's watch this balancing process one more time, because it is pretty neat to watch. So they've got these, looks like these are quarter ounce. So I'm holding right here then 1 ounce of wheel weights. Then they've got this very sticky
double-sided underneath, and then they have to be flexible, obviously, because they go inside the rim, and then they do everything they can to make sure all the weights are on the inside and not the outside. You know, on your street car, you might have weights that are clipped or adhered to the outside, like meaning what you can see, but the Pirelli, they try to do everything to the inside. So now it's just going around, and I guess the computer device is feeling where it's out of balance.
Exactly, yeah. It's got a sensor inside that can feel the heavy side of the tire.
Well, look at that. I can sense it. I just gave you 1 full ounce right there. And now you're looking for the green arrow for top dead center.
So we'll line that up.
That's pretty amazing. So then after balancing, they line them back up here, and then it's at the team's leisure to come and pick them up whenever. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Unless they are having to wait for them if it's like a race set or something like that, and we're holding them to be released for the time of a race.
So that is the Pirelli. That's the whole process. I've heard that there's been weekends a few years ago at Sebring. They went through 1,300 tires total with IGT and with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This weekend they're going to go through about just over 600 tires, and they've got the assembly line working. We're kind of early on. This is just kind of test and practice sessions. But as the weekend progresses, we might see more and more tires rocking through here. But that's how Pirelli does the Pirelli tires for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. A great marketing partner to have in the series. They're doing so much R&D for us, and hopefully we're doing the same for them. It's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship, but that's kind of the assembly line here at Pirelli.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT. So we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The 3 GT classes that we have in the Trans Am Series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am Series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
TA2 was my first opportunity into the Trans Am Series with ECC Motorsports and the Hendrickson family, and it was a very exciting class to come into and help build and be a part of, and that was really super special. But the target's always been on the TA class. The cars are just amazing to drive, and again, with ECC, I was fortunate enough that they bought more TA cars and the whole bit, and I won my first TA race with ECC Motorsports, and that was super, super special in the Dodge out at Circuit of the Americas at the end of the 2019 season. So, and, you know, the TA cars have always been a target. It was from the time I was young. I wanted to drive TA cars because it was such a special car to drive. It was such a fantastically fun car to drive, and then you could see that. And for me personally, when I was young, IndyCar was, of course, a goal or a target, but I was a 6-foot-tall Andretti. And, my whole family was making fun of me. Like, if you want to drive race cars, you're better look at Trans Am. They're the only thing you're going to fit in. So, kind of inadvertently, I put it in my subconscious. But this is always a place I wanted to be, too, because no Andretti has ever competed in Trans Am. And it's very hard in my family to go ahead and kind of lay your own groundwork for yourself in a series. And the opportunity presented itself in this series. And I've had an awesome career here. So I find myself really, really blessed, and like God put me right where He wanted me. I love the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This place will always have a special place in my heart. Early on in my karting career, ran a go-kart race here. And then I had the awesome opportunity around 2007, I came here and spent 4 years as an instructor at the Mid-Ohio School. I still say it's the best driving school you're going to find in the country. Not only because the track is so technical, the instructors, the quality of instructors that they get here are absolutely amazing, and their teen school is really the teen school that everyone models their teen schools after. It was definitely a highlight of my life to spend 4 years here and work with the people at the school. They are all still my close friends. Sonny G, the general manager of the school, is one of my closest friends. Tommy Byrne, one of their instructors. Brian Till. I mean, the names go on and on. Aaron Quine is going to be running with us this weekend, and he's an instructor there. It's a quality place to go learn how to drive. So yeah, spent a lot of time on these grounds. They're beautiful grounds. They're well maintained. There's an energy about this place, and then when you drive it, it kind of falls into the theme of if you drive the country roads around here, it feels like you're on one of those old country roads, and you're the only one that knows the best place around it, and it's pretty special to be here. So yeah, we make our 100 start. I get to make my 100 start as a competitor in the Trans Am Series, and I would have never thought that I would have racked up 100 starts. I mean, that's a dream come true in a big way. And first and foremost, you think about all the people that got you here, and that's countless amount of people to thank. But as far as inside this series and inside this accomplishment, first and foremost, my wife Tabitha and the support that I get at home from her is second to none, and that's where it all starts. Like, if you don't have that support at home, it's really hard to come out here and even get any kind of longevity in something like this. So the Hendrickson family, ECC Motorsports, are the ones that brought me into Trans Am and gave me a lot of those starts. I would say, I'm guessing, I haven't looked at the breakdown, about 50-60% of those starts have got to be with ECC Motorsports. But not just them. Dyson Racing, CD Racing has given me a couple of starts. Peterson Racing, I ran with them for a very long time. John Cloud, this is his last weekend as a team owner, and John Cloud gave me a lot of races as well to come out here. Ken Twaits, another guy. So I think about all these people, and then obviously Claudio Burton and Burton Racing, and who I've been driving for the last 2 years. The only thing I ever prayed for as a kid growing up is I just want to make my living driving a race car, and God has certainly provided that, and all those people played a role in that, and I am eternally thankful for each and every one of them, and for getting me to this point in my career, because I would have never thought I'd hit a century mark with any series. My personal Adam Andretti legacy is here in the Trans Am Series, and I'm 100% at peace with that. It's a wonderful place to leave a legacy. This is the oldest road racing series in the United States of America, founded in 1966. Anything that's got this kind of legs to it, you're blessed to be a part of that history. It was told to me today there's only 21 drivers in the history of Trans Am, and I got to think there's tens of thousands of drivers that have come through Trans Am over the history of it. Only 21 drivers have reached this milestone of 100 starts. So yeah, I'll just keep adding to that, and that'll continue to be my legacy. And as long as my phone keeps ringing to come drive these great race cars, I'm going to come drive these great race cars. But even after my time with the helmet is done in the Trans Am Series, I see myself being a part of this series for a long time. I love it. I believe in it. I think the people in it are very special, and I want to be a part of that no matter what. So I don't see me leaving anytime soon. The helmet may come off, but I'll still be here.
I don't really think about what other guys are doing, but I've got more laps in a race car than anybody else in the field. Just with the NASCAR stuff, I've been in so many different situations and thousands of miles driven. So, it's very rare that I see something that I haven't seen before. But our whole field's very experienced too. Chris, Adam, Tommy, Amy, they've been around a long time. They've been doing this a long time. They know you know, they know when to push, when not to push, and I'm much newer to this style of racing than they are, but overall I just have, you know, thousands more laps and miles than they do, and it kind of equals itself out. We just can't be dumb. In order to race competitively, you can't let off the throttle. So obviously you have to do it in the right, pick and choose your battles, right circumstances, be smart. But yeah, we're fully here to not run second, not run third. We want to win the race, and no reason why we can't.
Well, Lime Rock has always been home for me from a racing standpoint since the time I can remember. This is less than an hour away from my childhood home. It's really where the family kind of, I think, made its name in the sport. It's 40 years ago this weekend that my dad's team came out and made their IMSA GTP debut, won the race, kind of announced ourselves to the world as a racing organization. And you know, as a 7-year-old kid, that's still a very bright memory. Obviously, with Trans Am coming back here and having such success, it's really satisfying to do it too with my own kids, and to kind of perpetuate and continue the family cycle. I'm still really grateful for the fact that I've recovered enough to get back in the car, because for a little while there it didn't look like it was going to be too likely. And I'd have to say that I'm probably most grateful for my family for just keeping the positive energy up, and actually, you know, there were times where I just didn't feel like there was light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm thankful for all the people in my life that kept reinforcing the good stuff. And, you know, I think frankly, like, you know, while I'm in that moment too, you know, there's a retrospective thing that maybe goes on that you don't generally allow yourself. You know, you're saying, look, I'm really grateful for everything that happened up to this point. And I think that's a good exercise that everybody should go through. One of the things that's most interesting about racing is how much absolute commitment it takes. And you get reminded of that when you see someone that actually goes a step further than you think you're going. And to me, this is a great way to kind of exercise your limits, and in an environment where it's encouraged. That's not everyday life. So for me, like, the motivation here is to push my personal boundaries, get outside my comfort zone, and test myself. And I think every proper racing driver is wired that way. It's really the last of the unbridled monsters of racing. You know, you're looking at something that for 60 years has known what it is and apologizes for nothing. And I think there's a really strong place for that in this world that's trying to fit inside so many boxes, to have something that says, hang on a minute, we're gonna be loud, we're gonna be fast, we're gonna belch flames. It's rock and roll. It's racing as a spectacle, and it's powerful, it's aggressive, it's give no quarter, none taken, and it's not going to say, sorry, I'm trying to be something else. It knows what it is, and it's a fight every single weekend. These are races that people want to win. This is still one of the most prestigious series in worldwide racing. You mentioned Trans Am racing, everybody knows what you're talking about, probably to a greater extent than anything I ever raced in.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I would like to think that I'm ahead of a lot of kids, some of them that are my age. You know, I'm definitely learning a lot, just taking it in like a sponge. I have so many great mentors, you know, Scott Lagacy, Scott Speed, everyone around here, Josh Wise, all the people from Chevy, you know, so I have so many people, great people around me that teach me so many things. I just have to soak it up. A lot of people say something about my age. They think it's really, really cool, obviously, that I'm so young doing what I have done, but it's all hard work. You know, I've put in a lot into this. My whole life since I started racing has been racing, nothing else. You know, that's all I focused on. So, like I said, I have a lot of great mentors and other people around me that teach me a lot, but it's all hard work at the end of the day. So the driver development deal that I'm in is with Josh Wise and Scott Speed mainly. So they started up a driver development program through Chevy that mainly all the Chevy drivers, not all of them, but a lot of them go through there, and you know, it's driver training really. So we have a gym and all, and we go karting and do all kinds of different things that prepares us for everything that each of us are doing.
Hi, my name is Andy Lally. I'm the president of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, and this weekend we are at Road America. We have been racing in the Trans Am Series at Road America since 1970. The most amount of Trans Am races we have ever done. We have completed 65 events here and looking forward to many, many more. Let's hop in this great car and take you around. You are flying
into turn 1 here. Really long back straightaway. A little difficult to pick your brake zone out here. Braking about the 4 marker. Really hard on the brakes here. Going to be 3rd gear. Turn it in slightly early. Slow hands all over that apex curbing and picking up that exit as quick as we can to get that full throttle and get that shot out downhill to turn 3. Braking at about a 250, 275 marker into turn 3. It's going to be down to 2 gears, 3rd gear, find all that apex curb, skinny little exit curb with a little bit of help on the outside, on the power, long back straightaway here, on our way down to turn 5. On our approach to turn 5 here, we've got a downhill braking zone that's got a slight bit of a curve to it, so your weight is to the outside and hard on the right front before you even get on the brakes. Hard on the brakes here, it's going to even out across the front. Pause, lots of apex curb, lots of exit curb, hard on that gas. Again, listen to this thing rip as we come up to turn 6, the Corvette Bridge. Just a medium brake so we don't get too much over the rise here. All of that apex curb, all of that exit curb again. Very friendly curbing here in Road America. Quick switch back to the left side and then an early dive in for the very famous carousel here. You're in this corner for like 7 minutes, it feels like. You're feeling that front end. That left front's giving out as you go over the crest of the hill. Typically, if the car's good, you'll get a little bit of rotation. It'll point back down at the bottom. Just nip that apex curve, and you don't have a lot of room to play with. Right, just nipping that exit curve here. Now, real pucker factor, the kink. No brake, big mile an hour, 150 miles an hour at the apex. Just threading the needle right through here. Usable curving, but man, you don't want to use too much of it here. We've seen horrible, horrible things happen when you miss this corner. That exit speed brings you flying down 180 miles an hour down to Canada corner. Big, 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 big brakes all the way down through the gears. 2nd gear again, all over this apex curve. Watch the track out curbing because it's a little more slippery than a lot of the other corners. As we sweep into turn 13, another fast corner, just lifting out to half throttle, all over that apex curve, jumping on it, all over this exit curve, across the access road, bring it back to the left side, hard on the brakes, now medium on the brakes, light trail on the brakes as we dare ourselves. How early can we get off the brake? Still roll that mid-corner speed, and then get on it and rip out of the corner and onto the longest straightaway of the day. Road America, as we cross the start-finish line, one of these guys in our TA2 and GT classes is going to get to win this race, and it's always mega, mega exciting.
Hey there, I'm Matt Brabom. I'm driving here in the Jim Weed Ford Mustang for Chris Dyson Racing. I've done a couple races this year and been racing other stuff as well, other series, but yeah, glad to be here. My story and how I got here is quite a bit different to most. I've raced almost every single series in the world except for Formula One. I've raced IndyCar, I've raced V8 supercars in Australia. You know, I've raced sports cars, I've raced Baja or off-road, and then finally here, I have a home here in Trans Am with Chris Dyson Racing, and yeah, I mean, it's been an up and down path, but no, these beasts, out of all the cars that I've driven, are some of the most fun I've ever driven. I think what makes Trans Am the most fun out of everything I've driven before is just the raw mentality of it. You know, there's no ABS, there's no traction control, we got 900 horsepower, we got flames spitting out the side, so it's just a raw, pure form of motorsport. It kind of reminds me of the old school stuff, you know, especially listening to my dad talk about the old stories and my grandfather when they raced. And it's just pure motorsport, which is rare to find these days. I've been jumping in and out this year, so it's been a little bit of a challenge. But no, I'm used to that kind of stuff. I mean, I've always been that guy in reserve. I feel like my whole career I've always been on the sidelines, ready to go, and I'll do 1 or 2 races and do really well. So, I mean, I don't have to prove anything, but for me personally, I like to make the most of my chances, and yeah, especially all the guys give me a hard time. They're like, why are you pushing so hard in practice? Like, you're making us look bad. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know how many practice sessions I'm going to get. You know, I might have to jump out here and hand the car over to someone else. So, no, I love to go out there and lay it down on the line. And, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not trying to prove anything, but for sure I have that little bit of an added fire to get the most out of it when I do get a shot. Yeah, so obviously I got a little bit of a name, you know, there's some good names in the Trans Am series. So my family heritage obviously started with my grandfather. I grew up with him on the Gold Coast in Australia, so I got to spend a lot of time with him growing up. Definitely an old school rough on the edges kind of guy. But yeah, I mean, obviously he raced Formula One, won all the championships that he did. My dad racing here in the States in sports cars, and obviously my uncles that race as well. So yeah, a lot of family history. My mom, she races jet skis, and she was obviously racing the World Finals and a factory rider. So yeah, I mean, even from my mom, my dad, everyone in our family races, and it's so cool to be a part of a racing family that understands how it all works.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to Road America, America's National Park of Speed, as we get set for the Prototype Sprint Series Association presented by Hankook. I'm Ralph Shaheen alongside of Ben Sissel and Ford Martin as we get ready to get this sprint race underway. Ben, these are some very cool and very unique race cars.
Yeah, this is our Prototype Sprint Series Association presented by Hankook. So we have LMP3s that are eligible, those Rushes that we had so many of at Indy and Mid-Ohio. We've got Revolutions and Radicals, and then also the Sabecos, and they have their own championship inside of the PSSA. But I'm seeing right now the Revolution, Radical. So it looks like we've got 3 Revolutions up front, 4 Radicals in the back.
Ford, they got 4 miles to get it all figured out.
Yeah, it's a challenging racetrack, but it's a fun racetrack. The weather is great. Obviously, here a couple years ago, they repaved the racetrack, so there's a lot more grip in this track. But you go around this entire track. You got fast right-handers, key passing zone up into the hill, all the way from turn 1, ending over turn 14. This is a fantastic racetrack just to be around. It's beautiful. Been around it all weekend long so far. I think we're in for a really good one here this afternoon.
Yeah, it has been a pretty warm weekend, much warmer than when we were here back in May, Ben.
Yeah, it was very cold and a little bit rainy. Now we're, 2 weekends in a row without rain? That's pretty good. I'm not sure what's going to happen tomorrow in these microclimates, but Zach Mosley is out there, last year's champion, and then 2 years ago champion. Starting second is Ron Fletcher, and these two have what I'd call a friendly, unfriendly relationship on track. So we're going to see both of them would love to beat any of them. And there's going to be some good, what some people call argy-bargy out there between these two up front. But then the Radicals in the back, watch for them to have their own battle. These Revolutions are just a little bit more power than the Radicals. So it's going to kind of be those top 3 Revolutions and then the bottom 4 Radicals. They're going to be almost a race within a race here.
You've been listening to our buddy Cal Fish with the argy-bargy.
The argy-bargy,
Calvin
yes.
loves saying that.
And making their way right here in the Canada corner. Heavy braking zone right here from high speed. Key passing zone right back through here. So we're going to see a lot of passing here in this one.
Come wide out of there, hug that apex to the inside, and then there's a lot of curbing out here that you can use as you set up for the run through Thunder Valley and over to the final turn, turn 14 here at Road America. For just over 4 miles, 14 turns. This is 14 here.
That's going to be really important here through this race. Just critical, just overtakes, especially when you find your way to the exit of this corner, down the long straightaway, up the hill into turn 1, but then most importantly for overtakes into 1.
Looks like the Corvette pace car is going to be headed to pit lane, which means we will be racing here momentarily. Making their way up the hill, looking for the green flag, which will be up to their left. High above the racetrack is where the flag man sits. There you see him. Watching. Green flag, and we're racing here in Road America. Down this long front straightaway, you see Mosley in the 95 on the outside. First one to the corner.
But Hinojosa gets around Ron Fletcher in that Batmobile. And Hinojosa, Zach Mosley's teammate.
Here's the move for second, Ben. Going into turn number 3, almost side by side. He backs out of it at the last second.
Fletcher in that Evo Revolution, as is Mosley. You can tell by that flat rear wing. So the Evos are a little bit faster.
Well, and you can use that here down through the Moraine sweep as they set up for turn 5, and he does. He works that draft perfectly, and Fletcher moves around, and he'll take over second place now.
See right there, one of the most iconic spots right there, heavy braking downhill. Makes a nice pass up there.
Little brake smoke there.
Yeah, going into 6. Nothing changes. Meanwhile, Mosley starting to open up a gap here, guys.
Yeah, could be 2 championships in a row for Zach Mosley.
And Mosley right there just spreading the gap there just a bit more, just really getting on exit especially, just putting that accelerator down just a bit more, extending the lead right here through the carousel. A lot more grip like we talked about here on the pace slaps. They just repaved this track, and right there extending his lead.
Everybody through the kink. And on their way over to Canada Corner. If you're right on the guy in front of you, great spot to make a pass. Now you're headed to Thunder Valley in turn 14.
Very different track than we were at last weekend at Mid-Ohio or a couple weeks ago at Lime Rock. Almost all the corners here are individual corners. You don't have to go into turn 1 to set yourself up for turn 3 like some of the other tracks. Turn 1 is its own corner. Then you can kind of regroup, set your balance for turn 3. There aren't just, this isn't what you'd call a technical track like we were at last weekend at Mid-Ohio, where if you go into 4 wrong, it might blow 5, 6, and 7. This is just kind of 1 corner, 1 turn, but it's a very fast track. And the carousel and the kink I would always say is probably our most dangerous corner that we'll see all season. And the carousel is very difficult to keep the speed, carry the speed through there while you just got right input in here. But here's a good race here in these radicals.
Yep. This battle back in, 4th position? And we can pick up the numbers. That would be Baskin and Ulmer.
Both of them in PS2s.
Actually, that's Baskin there, and Ulmer behind him. So we were looking at Haihi and Taylor, who are running in 6th and 7th.
We're going to talk about Sasente, about how he was kind of cruising away a little bit. Fletcher started to eat into that gap just a bit more. We've seen that as far as like getting on the entry, he's probably driving it about a car length or so more. But he's not letting Sasente get away too much here. He's starting to reel him in just a little bit time after time.
So that car that you were talking about there, Ford, has 2 different drivers listed with it, Sensetti and Mosley. But on the entry list, it shows Mosley.
There's an Enduro, so that's it shouldn't be Concetti. It should be Zach Mosley.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's it's changed to Zach Mosley now, singly.
See Taylor right there trying to suck up the Hagi right there in that 007. Right there through the kink. Right here lately they just repaved and made some changes to that kink over there. Hard right-hander here. Top speeds. Almost white knuckling it through there. And back down to Canada Corner right there, that braking zone. Good entry there. Good exit. He's still in the rear bumper.
Tight battle all the way over to 14. You can make a pass here if you can look inside. He's thinking about it. Not close enough. And he'll back out of it for now, does Taylor. Now he'll try to work on the draft up the hill here. See if he can make something happen at turn number 1.
It's so important when you've got such equally yoked cars to really try to use any advantage you can, and the draft is doing it. But right now, it looks like Ferruz is pulling a little bit more of a gap than I would expect going into 1.
Yeah, he does a nice job, and he drives it pretty deep into turn number 1 as well. So now you start charging downhill to 3. Meanwhile, front of the field here, Mosley and Fletcher.
Yeah, and like I said, this unfriendly friendly rivalry, it could get heated here near the end of the race as they come through the challenging segments of this racetrack. This carousel, it's downhill. It increases downhill as you go through the carousel, which can really throw you off. Once you get into a rhythm, you may go off driver's left, and then the kink just scares me to death.
And we've seen so many videos all through the years of just how challenging that kink can be, and just one small missteps and you find yourself in the wall right there. So, like we talked about, you're white knuckling it all the way through there.
You see Mosley getting very loose coming out of Canada corner there, and the front of that race car really struggling to get grip.
Yeah, he
that'll
was not
close
planning.
things up.
He did not want to do a four-wheel drift out of Canada corner.
And looking right there, he's going to see if he can use his momentum off the last corner off turn 14. Now trying to use that draft all down this long straightaway, and maybe he can overtake him here into 1.
Past our broadcast position, here's Fletcher looking, thinking about it. Oh, he really took a peek going into 1.
He tried to make him look in his mirror there.
Close enough. Little dip of the wheel, kick a little dust up, get a little distraction going on the guy behind you. Take his mind off of closing in on you a little bit for a minute.
And here they go, all the way down here, down to turn number 5. Spot where a lot of the passing happens.
Through the moraine sweep and headed downhill, and he's on him for sure. Will he look inside? He does. Comes up and around him, and we've got a new leader going into turn number 5.
What an overtake there by Fletcher to set him up good. Got off on exit down the straightaway, used that draft. Made a great pass.
I wasn't expecting it. I thought he would do it in the braking zone, but he did it just before the braking zone.
He carried enough speed, Ben. I mean, he really was flying, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, both of these flat wings, those are the Evos. You can tell them apart from the other Revolutions that have that reverse dihedral kind of rear wing spoiler on them. This is their newest iteration of these Revolutions, and they are quite a bit faster.
See, they're both running pretty much through the middle of the carousel. A lot of times the line is right down on the bottom. Hold your breath, through the kink, exhale.
Fletcher now, who's overtaken Mosley there on our monitor. When they get back to the line, it will switch. But Fletcher rocking that black and red little Batmobile, the logo there on the very front.
Why so serious, Ron Fletcher? That's what his car used to say when he was with us at Spring Mountain last year. Now, I don't know if Mosley's close enough to use that draft.
Not on this lap. Let's take another look at the pass for the lead. Coming down the hill into turn number 5. Look at the draft here as they go through the moraine sweep. And look how quickly he closes.
Got the left sides nearly in the grass there.
He sure did, and he was very fortunate that Mosley moved over for him.
Yeah, Mosley tried to block and then thought better of it, which we appreciate.
And you talked about right there before the braking zone. You got to be really careful with that, especially carrying that high speed into it. Get the left sides in a little too much. It's almost like ice. You're going to slip and turn and do what we've seen many times here at this track. Slip right in front of the field and might have taken them both out, but still completed the pass.
And there's not a lot of runoff there too, Ben. If you get off the line, you can get into that wall pretty quick.
Yeah.
Don't want to take those mission signs out either.
Yeah, exactly. So Fletcher, our 2023 champion, in the Prototype Sprint Series Association, followed by Mosley, who was our 2024 champion.
And Ben, we've talked about it. We love seeing these cars come race with us here with PSSA. But if you visit a club racing track around the, oh, change of position here. That's going to be Taylor getting around. Moving up just in front of Ferruz. But if you visit any of the club tracks around the country, whether it's a Flat Rock or Autobahn or any of the ones that are out, Spring Mountain's another good one. 10 Tenths in Concord, North Carolina now. You'll see a lot of these cars racing there. And Ferruz making a move back to the inside as we set up for 5. Nope, not quite deep enough into the corner.
I just couldn't commit as much as Taylor did right there. Taylor did a good job kind of holding his line right there and stays in front of him here for now. 007 had a good exit there down the straightaway where he was able to use that draft to suck up, but just couldn't complete the pass there on Taylor.
5 laps in the books.
Fletcher now. Big gap on Mosley.
Yeah, he's running good. He ran a 2:08.9 to a 2:11.0. So he's definitely making up some serious ground on him.
But I saw him get a little bit squirrely into the braking zone at about a 50-foot marker going into the Cube 3 architecture turn 1.
3 seconds the gap between the two of them as they head back to turn 5.
Yeah, Mosley just looks a little bit slower. I don't know if he's having problems, but he's fallen back every time we see him in a shot.
Here's that battle at the tail end of the field. Working their way through Thunder Valley. Pop up over the rise and find your braking and turn-in point for turn 14.
You can see Ferruz in the 007 really pushing it, really trying to get there to leave 14 to get a good exit to try to get into that draft.
Trying to break that draft too, get to the driver's right, moving over just a little bit, not allowing him to suck up here into 1. Gets within a car length or 2 there on into 1, but doing a good job. But
remember, he gave that look at 5. Maybe that's what he's trying to set himself up for. But maybe here.
Ferruz making a run here at 3. No, pulls back in.
I tell you, these two guys are 2 peas in a pod right here. They just can't get away from each other. One passes the other. They just can't extend the lead there on the other one. But see what they do down here into 5.
Ferruz took a peek around the outside. Now he comes back inside, and he's right alongside. Now, how deep will he go this time into turn 5? Deep enough, and then crossing back over. Here comes Taylor, who gets the door shut right at the exit of turn 5.
That was
a pretty good race in there.
Yeah, that was exciting. And now Mosley maybe closing that gap just slightly on Fletcher.
We're in a 2:10 flat.
There's Hinojosa. Up that long hill, down the straightaway. Then that's the shot from the opening scenes of the Paul Newman movie Winning. Love that movie.
Yeah.
Road America is one of the only tracks we visit that has not changed from its original formula. Still the same track map. Sebring's changed, Watkins Glen has changed, but this one has stayed true.
And all those Cliff Tuff, the man who built this place, went out, Ben, and drove all around the region, found his favorite corners and bends and sweeping sections of road. He was a highway engineer, and he took all those ideas and brought them out here and connected them all together, and we have America's National Park of Speed because of it. Started in 1955, celebrating 70 years this year.
talking to the Road America staff also, we are in Green Bay Packers country.
Oh.
You know, it's 80 miles away is Green Bay.
You had to go there?
You can get a Packers license plate, and you can also get a Road America license plate. And Road America is outselling
them.
the Packers license plate. And today, if you had a Road America license plate, you got to go around and do 5 or 6 laps at Road America. So how cool is that? And I never would have thought that because they like their Packers up here.
No,
pretty
Packers
dedicated
up here
fan
is a
base.
religion. It is very, very serious. In fact, basically everybody in our TV truck is Packer guy.
Oh, I didn't see them out there.
Yeah, including our producer, who I rarely talk to unless I'm forced to because of that very thing.
Well, they have a lot to be thankful for right now. You got Jordan Love, who's playing great football here the past few seasons, and he's looking for a great another season. So for Road America to outbid and have more sold than the Green Bay Packers is pretty phenomenal. It just speaks to this racetrack and the reach that it has.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fun to give those guys a hard time.
It's amazing. Here we go.
Well, Ford, down where you and I come from, we can get a NASCAR license plate.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, exactly. You'll see a lot more of those.
Where I live, you can get a Dolly Parton license plate. There's Hinojosa. So Zach Mosley, I believe he's owner or part owner of the, is it the Manhattan Car Club, the New York Car Club, where you can go in there and be a member of the club and drive any one of their cool cars, and they have a hangout area.
Nice.
It's a pretty cool deal there. But I tried to get over there. I went over there yesterday to try to talk to him, and he wasn't there. And then I tried to get over there today, and then the Trans Am fan walk started. So I'll find out more for tomorrow.
So we have about 10.5 minutes left to go here.
There's Mission Beach.
Yep.
The best beach in Wisconsin.
No doubt about it.
And Fletcher, again, just extending his lead even more there over Mosley. Just starting to pull away, sort of on cruise control almost at this point. Right here in the Canada corner, that right-hander.
So since he's running the Batmobile logo on the front, Ben, do you have a favorite Batmobile out of all the different ones there's been?
Well, I love the Adam West one, but I was right at the prime age for the Michael Keaton, Kim Basinger Batman, the Tim Burton Batman.
Yeah.
I like that one, even though it's based on a Corvette. Ralph likes Corvettes.
Ford, you got one you want to?
I'd say. I mean, it's tough. Especially since I was born in '95. My guy, and always the movies, because Christopher Nolan, fantastic director, with Christian Bale and the Dark Knight series. That was phenomenal. Big Dark Knight fan. I know everyone looks at that movie, but the Dark Knight Rises with Bane and with Christian Bale, that's got to be one of the tops.
The original car would be my
the Barris one.
The original.
Yeah, I do like that one too.
Producer is bringing up the brand new one. I haven't seen any real pictures of the new one to be able to tell you.
Is that the Batman? Isn't there a the Batman?
Oh.
Well,
He said yes.
I'll tell you, Fletcher's trying to steal some of the momentum right here because you got another DC Comics hero about to have a movie come out here, the new Superman, James Gunn's Superman about to come out. So Fletcher trying to steal some of the momentum on the Superman side and get the win here.
Oh, here we go.
We
Our
also
producer. I know why he's putting that up.
We also have a 007 out there, too.
The new Batmobile apparently is based off of the Camaro, which is exactly why our producer, Cam Leung, would put that up there, because he's a huge Camaro guy. Okay, Cam. Now I got you. So this one winding down as we're closing in and going inside of 8 minutes remaining here.
Mosley, for a while, looked like he was catching up, but now running pretty far behind Fletcher. But we've seen it in PSSA. Anything can happen.
A little bit of cloud cover all over the racetrack now, so might make it a little bit easier on these drivers instead of having that baking sunshine on them. Here's the battle at the tail end of the field over 6th.
Now, 007, what's your favorite
James Bond's car. I know mine.
The DB.
Oh, yeah.
And you speak about the sun here just a bit. You know, we were last week in mid-Ohio and just the blistering sun that it was. So as we get ready for TA2 qualifying coming up next, I know a lot of the guys would appreciate not trying to bake here a little bit, getting in their race cars right before qualifying. So now a little cloud cover. I think it's a welcome sight to our drivers coming up here pretty soon.
This has been the battle the whole race.
We talked about 2 peas in a pod. They just won't leave each other right here.
And Ferruz continues to hold on to the spot at the front.
Look at how they've just worn the rubber in there at turn 7. There's just one line.
You know, talking to some of the drivers about racing here, they said even though there's new pavement down all around, the consistency of the grip is not what it used to be. So there's a little bit of searching going on for some of that.
Look at that. I mean, it looks like he's pulling them with a rope. They haven't changed the gap between the two.
No, they are right in the wheel tracks of each other.
Oh, but here comes, is this?
The leader.
No.
That's Fletcher, yes.
This might change everything, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure could. Taylor looking inside a little bit. Ferruz holds him off.
If Ron is smart, he'll just wait till turn 14 to try to make the pass, till after 14.
Fletcher's got nothing to worry about right now. He's got a 5-second lead. He can get around these guys. He's much faster. Just got to set it up, especially here in 14. Try to use that straightaway speed, and he can overtake him into 1.
Because a lot of times, if you're in your own battle, you're not looking in the mirrors. And so Fletcher has to be aware of that, but there he goes, yeah.
To the inside, up the hill.
Getting before the start-finish line.
Man, he's going to get them both. Shows you the difference in speed between those cars. And they're second overall, coming up over the rise just behind him.
I kind of, when he passes cars, I kind of want graphics of like, kablow, bam, like the old Batman. The Adam West Batman.
Little flashing of the lights going on to let Taylor know he's coming, and we have one off here.
Says John Ulmer right there. That's off.
Ulmer in the 46 was running in 5th. There's the waving yellow. There he is.
Oh, between 5 and 6 up the hill.
Less than 4.5 minutes remaining.
Mosley found himself just between these two.
Yep. And
Oh,
he's
and
going
a
to cross to
zigzag
the
there.
inside here and make the pass.
Just didn't catch him in the best time right there through those corners, whereas we saw Fletcher had that straightaway speed and got around him no problem. Under 4 minutes to go. Approaching the kink here, and these two guys have just not left each other all race.
And you can see how far out in front Fletcher is as he goes through Thunder Valley. 3.5 minutes remaining in this. Maybe 2 more laps.
Yeah, just under 3.5 minutes here remaining. Gonna go up this hill here. Just doing what he's done all race, just putting on a clinic here on this afternoon from Road America.
White flag is out. 1 to go.
Just nice and smooth here for Fletcher. Rosie's not going to catch him.
Lets it drift coming out of 1. Plenty of space over there. Some extra pavement to play with. Now headed towards the mooring sweep.
Right of the Sargento Bridge, down back into 5, where we've seen a lot of the action here so far.
One more time, hard on the brakes here. Turn in right, easy on the gas. There's the car off right there on the inside, Ulmer. Then up the hill to 6. Start working your way back downhill here. Thinking about the carousel, which is coming up.
Our braking zone right here.
Yeah, it's a pretty dramatic drop down the hill there, isn't it?
And we just talk about how Road America with the elevation changes. I mean, we talked about Mid-Ohio last week compared to this track. Two very big differences in the racetracks from Mid-Ohio to Road America.
For sure. That's through the carousel. Here comes the kink. Doesn't put a wheel wrong. And on his way to Canada Corner. He knows he's in the last few corners here. Not much work left to do. Mosley giving chase, but he's running out of time. Pops up over the rise and sets up for turn 14. Ron Fletcher in the Revolution 500 Evo. Up the hill. Looks to his left, up in the sky. He'll see the checkered flag. There it is, and he'll win it here with PSSA at Road America.
Just a dominating performance from him. Got around Mosey there in the early going. Looked like Mosey for a little bit was going to extend that lead, but Fletcher bit into it, bided his time, and got back around him and didn't look back.
Yep, Mosley and Hinojosa will finish second and third in class and second and third overall. Baskin will take the win in the second category with in PS2 with Hahi, Taylor, and Ulmer rounding out the field.
So right there with Taylor and Ferruz right there, just giving each other thumbs up, crossing the finish line, pulled up side by side. Had a great race.
Yeah.
Race each other clean, no issues.
Weren't challenging for the win, but they had a great time racing. And that will wrap things up for PSSA, the Prototype Sprint Series Association, presented by Hankook. Here's a look at the results. Fletcher, Mosley, Hinojosa, Baskin, Ferruz, Taylor, and Ulmer. 7-car field, how they cross the line. And that'll take care of our coverage here of the Prototype Sprint Series Association, presented by Hankook. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. This is how it got started. Down into turn 1. Fletcher getting out, going after him. Little brake dust going into turn number 6.
Fletcher had that slow start, and this is right where he started to exit the Canada corner. This is where he started to nip into that lead with Mosley.
Yeah, Mosley had that bobble there, and look at how fast Fletcher got up on him going into 5.
Can't tell you how close that was, getting right there into the grass, right in that braking zone.
And this was a battle between Ferruz and Taylor as they fought tooth and nail throughout this one. Swapping that position back and forth, sometimes twice in the same corner.
Try to get him back there, and that's how we saw it all race with those two.
Ulmer with his problems near the end, unfortunately. And Fletcher too much on this day, and the Batmobile is going into the victory circle area. And there it is, and you can see him pulling in now. Here comes Mosley. And the Revolutions are parked 1 and 2. Ready to celebrate a hard-fought victory. While we wait for them to crawl out of the cars, we'll go ahead and step away just for a minute from here at Road America. But we'll be back here shortly with plenty more action coming your way from America's National Park of Speed.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Back here at Road America, and Victory Circle is starting to fill up. Guys talking about it as they go to get Ulmer's car out of the way. TA2 is going to be coming up next. Our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series be coming up with their qualifying session, which should be a good one, Ford.
Really looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting. Obviously, what we saw at Mid-Ohio last week, and it's going to be with Grayson McKee, Rafa Matos lead things out here for qualifying. I'm pretty excited about what we're going to see, and get ready for tomorrow's race.
All right, we'll stay with us here. We'll be right back with the TA2 qualifying session shortly, so stay right here. TA2 cars rolling out. It's the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented here by Pirelli, ready to go. Their race live tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Speed Sport 1. But right now it's qualifying. Ralph Shaheen, Ford Martin, and Ben Sissel here with you. And Ford, you're not going to do a lot of laps in this qualifying session.
You're not. It's going to be one lap or one session, and then you're just about done, because really the only time you're going to go back onto the racetrack is if there is some sort of issue on track that you have and just blew the corner. That's the only time you're going to see it, but it's going to have to come down to this biggest moment right here. And as you saw it, as they're getting back onto the racetrack, building that gap, you want to use that draft down the straightaways. It's super important for these guys. But you also got to remember, you don't want to have someone too close to you to mess with your lap if you have to do an overtake. So these guys right now just starting to build their gap here just a bit.
Trying to get those Pirellis all warmed up and ready to go, but not abused, because, as we said, just one, maybe a second hot lap, and that's it.
Right here's a make the way down to turn number 5. Crucial here. You want to get every bit you can here, but like we saw in practice earlier today and the test sessions yesterday, it's so easy to overdrive, cook it, lock the tires up, and that really is going to mess up your lap. And these tires here, it's going to be your first run is most likely going to be your fastest of the day, so it's super important here.
There's some interesting little twists to the storyline here as we get ready for this session to really get cranked up as they get up to speed. Some of the stars that we're used to seeing here, not here, and some new stars with us. For example, in that 60 car right there, the HendrickCars.com Toyota, normally driven by Boris Said Jr., today being driven by Boris Said. Dad filling in for son because son's off racing trucks.
Oh, he's actually outside the country right now, but he's running this weekend. But hey, the team didn't really have to do much as far as changing the name. Just had to take off the junior part.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we've got drivers like Thomas Annunziata not here, but he will be here tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow. Unfortunately for him, he will have to restart from the rear. Now, he just finished 15th in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race at Lime Rock, and he's on the pole for the ARCA race here that takes place later this afternoon, but had to start from the rear. Right now, Tyler Gonzalez is going to qualify that car for him. Tyler Gonzalez, a guy who's very familiar with these cars. Remember the race in Sebring? Dominated that race in Sebring. Mechanical failures late in that race. Wasn't able to finish, but I think Nitro Motorsports is in good hands with him behind the wheel today.
And unfortunately, Mia Lovell not here, the young 18-year-old out of Arizona. She's not racing here with us this weekend. Talking to her team, they said this race was never on their schedule, so they hadn't planned on being here, but she will be testing at VIR next weekend in preparation for that race coming up later. We hope to see her before that at Watkins Glen.
There's Tristan McKee there. Second youngest winner in Trans Am history, 14 years, 10 months, 19 days. Extended his points into 24 days at Spire. Development driver.
So the thing that was so impressive to me about that victory at Mid-Ohio last weekend for this young man, Tristan McKee, 14 years of age, as Ford just said, he had Rafa Matos on his back bumper, filling his mirrors the entire length of the race. And I think we had 3, possibly 4 restarts in that race. And Rafa even bumped him, let him know, hey, I'm here, and, got all the mind games out there. None of it impacted Tristan at all. He was rock solid all the way through it. Picture perfect, like a long-time seasoned veteran should have been, and he held on for the win. That was the most impressive part.
Raph, I was just going to point that out. Rafa Matos, multi-time champion, most wins in the TA2 series. You hold him off for all those restarts at Mid-Ohio. I mean, he accelerated at the right time in the
one
restart
of the places
zone.
that Rafa's so good at, too.
Yes. It's actually one of his favorite tracks, and to do that there, that is just so impressive. Especially, he's 14 years old, as we keep talking about. That's super impressive, and he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Boy, does he. And he just ran a 2:11.141, so he's already dropping the times. Matos a 2:12, so you can see the difference already between the two.
Sam Corey at the top of the board.
Yeah, he runs a 2:10.056. That's the new time to beat. Here comes DaCosta, just 9/10 of a second off of Corey. So he'll slot into Mike Skeen with a ripper, 209.625. That's flying.
We should be surprised. He's led both the test sessions yesterday.
Yeah.
He led the practice session today. Should not be surprised.
No, he's been on the gas all weekend, hasn't he? There's a good look at the 7 of Harmon, 211.739. The silver-haired car, the Street Side Classics.
I was talking to Noah earlier today how much he loves coming to this racetrack, runs over the Miata Series, part-time schedule at Silver Hair. He's going to miss next week at Watkins Glen, but he'll be back for the remainder of the year, and it's going to keep an eye on as we get towards the rest of the season.
And we talk about Rafa Matos and how strong he was at Mid-Ohio, but look at here, all the names in front to him as this qualifying session gets underway. Matos dropping back to 10th now, 2.9 seconds off.
And Rafa loves to get the most out of his race car as much as possible. Drives it deep into the corners, and we saw that at Mid-Ohio a lot. But with Rafa Matos, it wouldn't surprise me if he gets it back in the top 3, top 4 right here, just because he's been fast all weekend as well. Was 4th in practice yesterday, was in the top 3 in both practice or test sessions yesterday. So would expect Rafa to have a better lap too.
Hey, tip of the visor to the older guy, Boris Said, a 213.462. The former Trans Am champion, Hall of Famer, getting himself in here.
It's good to have Boris back. I mean, it's great. It's his first race since October 2022 when he ran at VIR.
Whoa.
He shared the race with the son that weekend and getting a little hot right there.
Yeah. There's DaCosta in the 30. That very cool Toyota livery.
Buffamante right there behind him. He actually took the checker flag in the Formula Enterprises 2 class earlier this month at Road America. Dad Tony won here in 2016.
There's Vostovsky, Aiden on pit lane.
Rafa Mato's second lap right there at 2:11 flat.
Yeah,
it's surprising by the speed he's shown all week.
He's got a ways to go to catch Skeen, though. 2:09.0 for Skeen, and Corey at 2:09.955. Sam a winner earlier this year.
Yeah, that was that crazy rain race we had at Lime Rock, and passing Unciata there in the final laps. Pretty impressive after all because it was dry, rain, dry, and then the downpour that we saw in the later going.
And that was just as impressive as what we saw out of Tristan last week, only in a different way, right? I mean, Sam had to battle through those ever-changing track conditions and a lot of pressure coming on from behind him, and the team never faltered, nor did he, and he earned himself a hard-fought victory and a lot of praise for performing so well. Oh, look at Seth getting off into the dirt there, trying to get a quicker lap in. Let's see what he does.
Going to help. He's got Will Robinson right there in front of him.
Maybe pull him up the hill a little bit. And Boris moves up a spot, 212.512.
But it's so good to have Boris Said back in here and racing this week. I was talking to some of the guys, but hey, what's it like, to race, Boris Said here this weekend? And they were really excited about just competing against him, just based on the history that he has here in motorsports.
Well, for a guy that's supposed to be retired, he hasn't lost a step. I mean, if you go back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca back in first weekend of May, Brent Cruz couldn't run the race on Sunday in the big Trans Am category. Boris flew up from San Diego, got in the car race morning, hadn't made a lap in the car, and finished one spot off the podium.
And it just shows you just the amount of just experience that Boris Said has right here. And it's a great shot from our drone footage from our team, just as Boris Said is making his way through this track. Just under 5 minutes left here in the opening session.
Yep, this one's going to go quick. Looking at Corey there. Sam in his 70.
4th in points come off that 5th place finish. They're at Mid-Ohio last week, and there's Mike Skeen marking a new body this weekend.
Skeen with that 209.177.
Corey Day right there in P2.
Not only is Mike putting in great laps, but he's going to sleep really well tonight knowing that, man, if I can get the jump at the start of this thing, those guys are going to have their work cut out for them trying to catch me.
Mike Skeen trying to go for his second pole of the season. Started out of the gate solid, and Sebring got the pole there and trying to do it here. Didn't race last week. And he announced that he was supposed to run the Ferrari deal at Watkins Glen. That did not happen, and he announced on Instagram earlier this week. So good to have Mike Skeen back here and trying to put this one to the pole here.
Skeen diving inside as they go through the carousel. 3.5 minutes left in the session.
Good work there by Sam Corey, not impeding Skeen's lap here. It's something they harped on the drivers' meeting for qualifying, just not impeding these drivers' laps. Right here, Canada corner, just you've seen a lot of fast speeds, the exit kink, the white knuckling it through there, and the hard right-hander. Skeen makes his way up here through Thunder Valley. And just right here, it's important, just for qualifying, and here for the second session coming up, how crucial it is, just this exit here to get that all that front speed down the front straightaway. But Skeen, he's going to pull off right here.
Yeah, he's done with a 209.177. Ain't nobody really pushing him at this point. Why wear it out, right?
Rafa Matos just passed our broadcast booth right here. He's going to make a second run. Pretty surprised to see him in P10 right here, just based on the speed that he's shown this weekend.
So problems for Aiden Vostovsky. He never got a lap in, did he, Ben?
Telling him what to do. He wants to get back out there. He's going to buckle in. He's starting it up. You can hear it. Back to you, Ralph. So Adrian's getting back in. They're going to buckle in. It still sounds like it's running a little bit rough, but he wants to do something, try to put some kind of time down. You can see him looking at the engine. But you can hear that it's running rough, but he wants to get some kind of time down because there's going to be a few drivers starting from the back. But as he's going out, they're buckling him in. They're going to send him back out there, Ralph, on a very rough sounding engine. I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
Boy, that's stressful as he struggles to try to get anything in.
It's going to be tough to get a lap in right here, and the team obviously is moving quick, but this right here is going to be very challenging to try to get one good lap in and at least show something forward here. But right now, just a minute left. Mike Skeen, Corey Day, right here the top two. Tyler Gonzalez just passing by us here. P3, obviously the 90 is going to have to start from the rear tomorrow. Unziata, that's currently in Lime Rock, going to come back here tomorrow, make the trip up over from Connecticut to Wisconsin. Here's Valentin Aguilera. Spoke with him early on, coming from Argentina. First appearance since Road Atlanta, that is. It's his first race as a team, and they didn't partake in the test sessions yesterday. They're using this weekend as sort of their test session here for the rest of the year. So first race as a team.
How do you feel about Tristan McKee back in 6th?
Well, Tristan McKee, obviously, something important that he's talked about early on going in this weekend was we got to qualify well, but we want to race well. Because right now, you look at his points lead currently, he's 24-point lead over Unziata currently right now. So it's going to be important for him to not – they don't want to run 5th and 6th. They want to run podiums every single week to –
Well, let's go down to the pits. Here's Ben.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ralph. I am here with the fastest car every session all weekend long. My boys call him the GOAT, Mike Skeen. He's both my boys' favorite driver. The Guthrie's garage car, the new Camry, has been so fast. How's it feel out there, Mike?
Yeah, it's amazing. The Team SLR guys unloaded a fast race car right off the bat. We've just been taking little tweaks at it, trying to get the most out of the package. But I can't complain. When you show up with a fast race car, you just have to keep it clean and execute. And so far we've done all the steps, but tomorrow is the hard part, and if we can just stay out of trouble, I think we'll certainly be in the hunt for it.
Yeah, and I think provisionally right now we can say you might have the new TA2 record here at Road America, but you have to explain the Chevrolet sticker on the roof, and I've heard rumors that you guys have come up with a new name for this car.
Yeah, so obviously Team SLR is closely tied with Chevrolet. We got lots of young development drivers going in the Team Chevy program, and the reason for bringing this car out was just to see what the team could do with this platform and demonstrate the capability of this body. And so that's the idea behind it, and obviously they still want to represent Chevrolet since that's so closely tied to the program. But yeah, we've called it the Toy Marrow, all kinds of things, but so far so good.
Nice job. So provisionally on the pole, of course he'll have to pass through tech, but Mike Skeen, nice job. Back to you, gentlemen.
So for Mike Skeen, it's a new track record with a 209.069. Beats the best by Jake Drew by a 1/10 of a second. So congratulations to Mike Skeen. We'll be back with the second group coming up shortly here. Stay with us from Road America.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back here at Road America. This is the old party deck there, Ford. How about hanging out over there tomorrow to call the race?
Well, that's going to be a lot of fun to be over there. I know that's usually where when NASCAR comes down, IndyCar, that's where the spotters hang out, and I think there's a reason for it. It's the big party deck over there.
Yeah. No, we're working. Best view of the track. Yeah, sure it is.
That's what they like to say. That's what they like to say.
Well, we got a pretty good view here in the booth, and most importantly here in the booth, we have air conditioning, which this weekend, that is a highly sought-after thing. There's Mission Beach. That's a good spot to be, too.
That is the place to go to, it looks like, right there. Great view of the kink as well.
Mr. Gonzalez not racing here with us this weekend. No SVRA, but always great to have him and the folks from Mission around. Not really a bad spot anywhere to sit and watch from here, is there?
There really isn't, and it just speaks to the fans coming back out again this weekend. It was IndyCar last weekend at Road America. Now they're back here, and there's truly no bad spot to watch the race from here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
They have plenty of racing coming your way here this summer at Road America. If you're in the area enjoying your summer vacation, check out their schedule. See if there's a race going on over here. at America's National Park of Speed.
Again, if you're just joining us, Mike Skeen now top of the board, Corey Day, Tyler Gonzalez, your top three currently, and as we saw in the opening session, just building that gap a little bit. Yeah, Ralph, see a little smoke back there on the bridge.
Firework or something?
Either someone is having a big grill out, or we maybe either a car
Looked like
had
something
smoke.
got launched over, didn't it? That was kind of weird.
Barry Bowes had a great qualifying result last week at Mid-Ohio. Third, Team Legacy top 3 spots. Can they do it again? Skeen and Corey Day 1-2.
Strong possibility.
Build that gap right there on board.
Keith Prochuk giving us this view. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. Getting ready to go with their second group. And again, you've got time for multiple laps, but really you don't.
You don't, and that's why we talked about how you're not going to see many guys go make a second run at it because there's not enough time to really let the car cool down, the tires cool down, and that's the biggest challenge. So really the only time you're going to see someone go back out there is if something really dramatic happens on your opening section out there.
It's a 15-minute session total.
Robert Sabato there on the left-hander going to the Speedville Bridge. Sabato, we talked to him before the weekend. He said this weekend has gone about as perfect as it can get. It's the best he's felt he's ever run here in a weekend, and he's really excited. He considers Road America the best track in North America. See Rafa Matos there at the end of the grid.
Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. Sabato out of Bonita Springs, Florida. 6-gear garage back in that entry as this session gets underway, and Barry Bowes taking the green. Bowes in his number 27 out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. An Axio Data backed Scott Legacy Racing entry. And the 00 of Jared Oderick. And we're hearing now what about Rafa?
Yeah, hearing Rafa Matos had a flat right front there, so that might be the reason why he's gridded up there at the end to get back out there and possibly run another lap. Which is a beautiful racetrack. We hear beautiful weather we've seen. Clouds started rolling just a little bit. There was maybe some talks of some weather today, and now it's maybe being pushed to seeing it for tomorrow afternoon. So we're hoping the rain stays away. We saw a little bit of that in Lime Rock last week at Mid-Ohio with all the sun. And now it's turned out to be a beautiful day for qualifying as they're going up the hill trying to use that draft right there at Cale Phillips on the back bumper, right there at CJ Maynette. This is the challenge right here. You don't want to have to be behind somebody. That draft is great down the straightaways, but you want to be careful not to try and overtake somebody because that's going to really hurt your lap. So see him right trying to back off just a little bit.
See Phillips, Cale Phillips in that 99 out of Durham, North Carolina. Mincy's Graphics, S&P Incorporated Ford, the Mustang. Already inside of 10 minutes of the 15 to go.
Down here in the turn 5. Haven't seen anybody lock the brakes up just yet. We saw that live, as we talked about earlier in the test sessions yesterday and the practice this morning. Haven't seen that yet, but so many drivers carry so much speed down there in turn 5. It always produces drama down through there.
Yeah, that 80 was J.C. Maynette out of Woodland Hills, California. That B-Bar Ranch Killer Shrimp RTR Ford. There's Jared Odrick. Lebanon, Pennsylvania, the black underwear cool box Chevy Camaro, the former NFL star.
Let's take a look here, Ralph, as scouting report coming out of Penn State. He was very quick, nice agility, quick off the edge, fast hands. They had him as the Energizer Bunny coming out of the Nittany Lions. And right now he's Energizer Bunny last week, getting that win, getting the second win of the season.
Yeah, he's a very, very good athlete, and that transfers over to how he performs behind the wheel here. And he had a great run going in Mid-Ohio, didn't he?
He did, yeah, getting that win last week. So the second wins we talked about on the season. And just, I tried to go up and talk to him a little early on, but like I'm not the biggest guy here. And this guy, I mean, just the muscles in this guy. I mean, he looks like he played, you know, in the edge in the NFL. Obviously, played the Dolphins for a long time, ended his career with the Jaguars.
And he's sweeping through the carousel here. Back to the apex. It's really 2 turns through there. Now you're headed over to the kink.
Just white knuckling all through there, carrying so much speed. Let's go on board Barry Bowes here.
Hard on the brakes here for Canada Corner. Let it drift out up over the rumble strips there. Come back across. Set up for 13. Now get yourself ready for 14. Gotta hit this right. Let's see how the speed climbs here. That hill will slow you down a little bit. You can see the speedometer kind of slows down a little bit, but he's still digging, still gaining momentum. Up over 150, getting close to 160 miles an hour. Yes, about 162 by the time he gets over to the brakes.
Barry Bowes puts it P10 there. Jared Audrick, 14th. Pushing Matos out of the top 10.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's disappointing for Rafa Matos with that problem that he had starting the front row here last season with Jake Drew and ended up passing Jake Drew late in that race to win at Road America.
Audrick second quick in this category with a 2:12.431 in this second group.
Audrick up the hill underneath the little Corvette bridge. Left turn here. Get on board Barry Bowes. This long sweeping right, just that tire management spot you want to worry about.
Yeah, you got so much on that left front through there. And then just for the heck of it, throw a little bit more on it as you come through the kink.
No kidding. I don't know if I have that much courage a lot of these guys have driving as fast as they do with the kink.
It'll take your breath away. There's no doubt about it. And the first time you go into there, just hauling the mail, you're looking straight at that cement wall. You think twice about whether or not you really want to do it.
And then once again, another challenging down into Canada Corner, heavy braking from high speed. It's a key passing zones, and as you talked about, Ralph, here earlier, this final corner, we're going to use this to get a good overtake down to one. This could almost make or break your qualifying lap on that turn 14.
Any lap here, right? Because
yes.
If you don't get good off of here during the middle of the race, somebody's drafting by you if they're on your tail. There's the flag stand right there. See how the drivers kind of have to look up high into the sky to their left to see the green or the white or the checker.
They're both keeping that visor up right there in that 27 machine.
Turn 1 will definitely take your breath away here as well because you're just carrying so much speed down that front straightaway, and the entrance to the corner is inviting, so you think, I could go maybe just a little bit deeper, and then all of a sudden you realize you go, oh boy, over my head. And then you don't want to end up on your head, as we've seen happen there in that corner numerous times over the years.
There's the Iron Man himself.
Tom Sheehan. Putting in a lot of laps.
And we got one car there off the track, Pro Check there. Off track on the driver's right in the grass. And that's going to be challenging to see what the officials are going to do here.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. That's a really not a great spot to be, is it?
Especially, maybe if they let these drivers finish their lap.
Inside of 4 minutes now.
And
oh
boy.
Down goes Sissel. Down goes Sissel.
I think that's our Nick Middleton there, hanging there with the Q3 guys.
Not sure what Ben did to end up on the ground like that, but there he goes.
I hope he's all right. We got to figure out what happened to Ben.
Yeah, we need him this weekend. He can't do that. I know how to fix it, though. Just give Ben some ice cream. He'll be all right.
There's Matt Gray coming off that hard charger of the week last weekend with that 14th place finish. Started 24th, and it looks like Keith Prochuk is he's going to make himself comfortable here for a little bit.
Yeah, apparently our officials feel like he's just far enough off to the driver's right that he's okay over there to get these last 3 minutes in.
He'll be second on the board as far as the Pro-Am series. Barry Bowes leading that class as of right now. Under 3 minutes to go. Here left, Audric now.
We're going to need to get an emergency scoop of Rocky Road over to Ben right away.
We got to send somebody over there here a little bit to make sure he's okay, because we're qualifying. We see our guy down on the ground.
Some of the cars headed to pit lane, including Sheehan. He's off. Looks like Doug Winston's done. Winston at North White Plains, New York. D&M Electric Trade Mentor Organization, Ford Mustang.
We hear Matt Gray from Chaska, Minnesota. About roughly around 4 hours away from here in Elkhart Lake. I'm telling you, this guy right here, Roberto Sabato, talking to him before the race. 2 full-time guys, 1 part-time guy on his team this weekend, and it's really just a handful of guys working on this car, and he had to be the happiest guy I've talked to this morning. Just it's how excited he was to be here. Loves his place, loves going to Watkins Glen here in a few weeks, but the most excited he is as far as beside Road America is getting the Motorsport. He's going to have a lot of friends and family there, so he's really excited to be here this weekend.
Yeah, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park coming up a little bit later this summer.
At Watkins Glen in 2 weeks, and then we're off for 6 weeks because we've had 3 races in 4 weeks, and then that 6-week gap before we go to Motorsport there in September.
Yeah, we'll see the West Coast Trans Am Series in action during that period out of Portland. There's the 99, Cale Phillips. Looks like he's done.
Finishing top 5 every race so far this season, was 3rd Mid-Ohio last week. And once again, you see it right there, Prochuk just making himself comfortable right here.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's getting hungry looking at the Sargento cheese board there.
That'll do it. There's Bose. Top of the board for the category. Looks like he's probably done too.
Put him first overall for the Pro-Am guys as of right now with just under 40 seconds left here, Ralph.
Yep, just a few seconds left in this session. Flagman getting ready to call it a day for these guys in qualifying. The race is tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Speed Sport 1. Jared Odrick is done. He'll head to the sidelines.
Black underwear, Kubat's Chevrolet making its way here with 15 seconds left, and it looks like his first pole since Sebring to start the year. Mike Skeen and Scott Lagasse Jr. are going to have back-to-back races with the top 2 positions.
Yeah, they're working hard, finding lots of speed over there. So again, that race will be tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Speed Sport 1. See the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli in action here at Road America. Should be a great race, especially now that we see Annunziata's car quick enough to be 3rd after qualifying, but with him not here, he'll have to take that car to the tail end of the field, which should be a lot of fun to watch.
It really should be. I mean, obviously he's shown that he can pass cars, he can run competitive. So watching him tomorrow slice his way through the field, someone's got to have his on board here, at least in the early going, to watch him make his way to the front. I have no doubt he will be in the conversation for by the end of the race, and probably look at a top 5 finish just by the speed that he has shown this season.
There is a checkered flag coming out for Gray. That'll end the series or the session. And Thomas might be coming in here with a ton of momentum because he's getting ready to run the ARCA race tonight, right?
Yeah, on the pole right now for the ARCA race in Lime Rock, just finishing 15th in that 07 Spire Chevrolet early this afternoon.
In the truck
Good,
race?
Yeah, in the truck race. Good for Thomas. So he's got the Lime Rock race, and then he's got the race tomorrow. So he's catching the racing fever this weekend.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Making a good name for himself. Here's a look at the results. Getting ready for tomorrow. Skeen and Corey Day right there up on the front. That'll be an exciting run down to the first corner.
It is, especially with a guy like Mike Skeen there. Corey Day, we saw in Mid-Ohio. He went off into China Beach there at Mid-Ohio when he ran off the track. And he's been in the front row once again with his teammates starting beside of him.
Keith Prochuk had his problems at the end, but he ends up 14th. Jared Odrick right there in the thick of this one. He'll be 15th. How about Boris said, the kid's not here, but Dad is, and he's quick. And he might be a story tomorrow as he rolls off 16th.
Obviously disappointing for Adrian right there. Not able to get a lap. That's disappointing. So
yeah,
we'll start
that's
shotgun
really
the
a
field.
shame. Hopefully they get that figured out so the car performs better tomorrow. Well, that's going to wrap things up for our qualifying session in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli here at Road America. For Ben Sissel, hopefully off the ground by now, and Ford Martin, I'm Ralph Shaheen. We'll see you tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Mike Skeen will lead the field to the green live on Speed Sport 1. We'll see you then.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here at Road America, Ralph Shaheen with you as we get ready for the FRP Series Formula Race Promotions event. And I'm joined in the booth by Eddie Fuhr from FRP and Jeff Spear from the Purple Company, Hoosier Tires. Great to have you guys with us. And Eddie, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about what we're going to see here.
Yeah, we're going to see 29 cars separated across different ages and different classes competing here. And right at the front of the field, one guy who I like to watch is going to be John McAleer in that 68 in the 016 class. He is the championship leader, and if he pulls off a weekend sweep, could clinch the championship in 016 already with 4 races remaining.
And as you mentioned, a couple of different categories of cars. What are the style of cars we're going to see here? What are the categories?
We're going to see the 016. There's going to be 300 horsepower Swift 016 open wheel cars. The open class, you're going to see a bit of a wide variety. Some more modern Ligier, some of the cars that you might see running in FR Americas, the Ligier F3, and maybe some cars from the 2000s or the 1990s. And then also we're going to have a class specifically for USF juniors. That is one of the steps on the road to Indy ladder for drivers who are looking to make that step at the next level in the years to come.
And Jeff, you join us here from Hoosier, assuming everybody's mounted up on Hoosier tires here.
Yes, they are. The FRP, we've been with FRP and sponsoring them as a spec tire for over probably 10 years, close to 15 years. This is an interesting mix of cars and tire sizes. We can say most everybody's on a Hoosier branded tire. However, we have 4, I believe, from the USF Junior class that is on a labeled Continental tire. Our parent company is a Continental Tire, owns us, and so Continental sponsors the USF series that we service. This is the second year of many, and we've got 4 of those cars running Continentals, but technically they're made by Hoosier here in Indiana.
All right, Eddie, I'm going to let you run us through the grid since you know everybody and you'll get all the pronunciations just perfect.
Yeah, that's wishful thinking, but John McAleer, as we mentioned, he's going to start on row number 1 next to Dudley Fleck, was fastest in both the practice sessions. Kirk Keinsvater is going to be on row 2 alongside James French. Richard Zober had a podium here in 2022. He'll be on row number 3 next to J.R. Smart. Our Bruce Hamilton, who, thanks to his support, we got the stream running this weekend. He's going to start alongside Brandon Schwartz. He's the open class points leader. Gabriel Kahn and Justin DeLucia on row number 5. And row number 6, 2 teammates in the USF Juniors class, Haley Countryman starting alongside Ayrton Kahn, Bob Corliss and Steve Hamilton on row number 7. Connor Aspley for pole position motorsports. That is our 5th USF Juniors entry, running in 15th. And next to Roman McCurdy, Jeffrey Antonelli on row number 9 alongside Camille Kopko. Derek Lamanna alongside Charles Meager on row number 10. Nick Palacio on row 11 next to Glenn Cordova, Carter Sheets, and Bob Wright, the series owner. And then on the final row is Sebastian Newberg from Florida and Arsha Akhtar joining us from Pakistan, her native country.
And you mentioned James French. We saw him earlier here this year in his F1 car. He has a beautiful Jordan that he brought out and ran with us with SVRA back in May. Him and his son were both racing here. His dad. Yeah, James's dad, that's right. So a healthy field of 26 cars, a couple of different categories. The Corvette pace car is off. Field is making its way up the hill, and they'll be looking sky high to the left, waiting for the green flag. There you see the flag man, and as you come up over that rise, there it is, green, and we're racing once again here at Road America. Who's going to be first to turn 1, the Cube 3 architecture turn 1? Looks like that's the 74 Fleck.
Yeah, Fleck in front, getting ahead of McAleer. And McAleer, 4 race wins so far this season. Got the weekend sweep back in Pittsburgh. He'll fall back to second on the opening turn.
And French in that 146. James going to drop back into third. He was taking a look up the inside. And we head through the Moraine sweep down to turn number 5. Jeff, how long till these Hoosiers really get up to temp?
It takes about probably about 1 lap or less. We've got a pretty aggressive high traction compound on those 016 Swifts, and they heat up pretty quick and ready to go for about half track. So the drivers do have to take it a little bit easy, but it's pretty warm outside, so just probably less than a lap.
Nick Palacio starting this race in 21st place. Something interesting, we have a karting competition going on the kart track, on the straight down between turn number 7 and turn number 8. His son is competing, so father and son both at the same circuit at the same time.
Second wave is underway.
Those are your F2000 cars.
Palacio in that 25. That's that blue and yellow car, is it not?
Yeah, it is. It's Palacio in front. Sitting right behind him is Carter Sheets. I was talking to him earlier today. He's in his second season with the series, trying to continue getting used to these F2000 cars, and he's gotten a few podiums so far on the season, looking to grab another one here.
Looking through the field here, you see the 94, that's Lucia, right now showing in 10th position. They come back up over the hill.
Justin DeLucius with that exclusive Autosport team. They brought 4 USF Junior cars here this weekend. One of the largest open-wheel Junior Series teams in the entire country, exclusive Autosport, and they've had quite a few guys come through, make it to Indy Next, make it to the IndyCar Series. Louis Foster, one of them, qualified well here last weekend at Road America in his IndyCar Series debut at the track.
So one of the guys dipping a wheel coming off of turn number 1 through 2. So what is the ladder progression out of this series? We see the F4 and FR Regional Americas and the Ligier Championships quite a bit with our other broadcasts, but this we don't get a chance to see FRP that often. But what is the progression from here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways that someone can go out of FRP. A lot of the times they will progress into those Ligier categories, into JFC, into F4, into Formula Regional. We see a lot of cars getting run here that are from those series, and we see some people who maybe do some crossover, try to get some extra track time running in FR and then also running in FRP to make sure that they have the maximum amount of experience and they have the ability to get on these tracks earlier. But you also see some guys who are going to go into the Indy ladder, into USF. They're going to head up towards Indy Next. One of the guys who had a lot of success in FRP was Simon Sykes, who ended up winning the USF 2000 championship a few years ago. So a lot of different paths for these guys as they head out of FRP.
And they've got less than 20 minutes to get the job done here today. And with the length of the lap here, those 20 minutes will fly by.
Yeah, it's going to be quick.
Fleck with a 2.00.1.612. I'll get it out.
That's right around the quickest times that they ran in practice and qualifying. At the fastest, they maybe get into the high 159s, but the 2-minute mark seems to be where those 016 cars are at their fastest.
A lot of times I've seen coming to these races too that the afternoon high temperatures, you know, racing this late in the day, the tires go away. That you'll never see their fast lap that they saw in the morning. So this is definitely a testament to the track is still pretty good and the tires as well.
Yeah, Jeff, they've changed the pavement here, but I was talking to some of the drivers in the Trans Am event earlier, and they were talking about how even with the new pavement, it's been a struggle to find consistent grip all the way around the track.
We had a series that Continental sponsors, World Racing League, and a year ago, April, I think, was the first time that anybody was on the track or even our company was on the track. But Continental and Hoosier jointly developed a Treadwear 200 tire, the Extreme Contact Force, and they were the first one on it to run it. And yeah, there was some discrepancies in grip and then how the car felt in different corners when they first repaved it. So there was, yes, it was challenging. But I think it's something else the drivers have to learn or adapt to.
As a tire manufacturer, how long do you usually have to go before you see that even itself back out?
Well, probably several years. You know, a lot of good, you know, racing, load on the track, and then maybe the asphalt settling down. But probably, I'm not an asphalt guy, but 2 or 3 years probably, then it'll all even out.
Well, you're going to want some right there as you brake hard for Canada Corner. Yep. You need grip and a lot of adhesion from your tires for sure.
And a lot of faith or confidence in the tires too, yeah.
Where do you see the heaviest load on the tires here? The carousel?
Yeah, I would say the carousel. Yeah, that would be my, where it's the high speed, high braking and turning, yep.
And then just constant.
Yeah, and just, definitely. You can run a race tire in a straight line with no issues
Yeah.
at 500 miles an hour, not technically, but it's what the problem with race tires is the loading and the cornering. That's where the tire is really flexed and put under a lot of pressure, which Road America has a lot of corners.
See Corliss there, Eddie in the 17 showing 13th overall, but that should be, what, 6th in class.
Yeah, that open class, you see such a wide variety of cars. And right at the front there, at the top, James French, he is trying to take away the number 46 of Brandon Schwartz on a 5-race win streak in that class. The only person other than Schwartz to win a race in the open class is James French. You'd have to go back to the season opener at Road Atlanta. So going for his second win this season in a very wide variety in that open class.
Good battle for position going on here. Who are we looking at?
Yeah, it looks like some 016 action. See the 93 down there. Oh, actually, that is Hamilton trying to hold off the
Can
17 of Corliss. So that is Hamilton and Corliss battling for P12.
So that's 12th overall and
Yes.
5th and 6th in class.
Yes. And then McCurdy is sitting right behind those two. He's looking for an opportunity to pounce, maybe pick up a position or two from this battle as well.
I see the F1000 cars are getting mixed in with all the Atlantics there too. Shout out to Dustin Hodges and his dad Jerry, who spent hours and hours trying to build those chassis and grow that North American F1000 series too. Shout out to them. Arrive and Drive is Dustin's company that he's servicing several cars this weekend. So shout out to them and good job on maintaining. I think, I don't know how many cars we have here, 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, we have quite a few, and Arrive and Drive, one of those organizations, has really been a huge help for FRP. One of the guys who, I've been following for the past few years has been Sebastian Newberg coming out of Florida. He's in one of those cars this weekend. Started on the front row of the F2000 class in a Arrive and Drive car, and has been a guy who has had the past few seasons been testing around in USF Juniors in some F4 cars, trying to find a series where he can find some success, and he's finally beginning to get a good stride here now that he's in FRP.
Well, I gotta say, testament to the drivers here. We're 5-6 laps in, and it's all green. So this is fantastic. Everyone's behaving, and everyone's spaced nicely, and it's great.
Yeah, they're talking about in the drivers' meeting the importance of, as we see the pass for.
Looks like the guy got a little wide there and just opened the door, didn't it?
Yeah, that is for 12th position. It will move the 17 of Corliss up 1 spot and up into the top 5 of the class as they come across the line. We have just around 13.25 minutes remaining. There's Newberg now. He started on the front row of the F2000 grid, trying to hold off Brandon Schwartz in that much faster Ligier F3 car. So they run side by side, and Schwartz will put a lap. And look at this fight we're going to have between a bunch of USF Junior cars. Justin DeLucia trying to hold on to the class lead. From Kaylee Countryman has 1 win on the season already. And then sitting right behind them is Gabe Kahn. Gabe Kahn, he has already won a race here at Road America today. He was our race winner in the first F1600 race.
You mentioned Kaylee Countryman. Countryman running in 9th and 2nd in class.
Yeah, Countryman's going to try to make a move around the outside.
Oh, man, that was getting real tight down there in 5.
And then right behind him, Gabe Kahn looking to get past. All 3 of these cars are teammates, by the way, with Exclusive Autosport, fighting for the lead in the USF Juniors class.
That's one of the things you see with all of these open wheel formula divisions in these ladder series. You have these teams with multiple cars.
Yeah, I mean, we see it a lot at these events. In the FR events, we see teams like Kiwi Motorsport who will show up with tents that have 7 or 8 cars. And really, there's benefits and there's downsides to that as a driver. Because the benefit is you have so much data you can work off of. And that is something that is very beneficial when I talk to drivers about improving. They can look at teammates that are maybe faster going into 5, faster going into the carousel, and directly compare that to how they're performing. But on the other hand, you know, as with, you know, when you're thinking of a class size at a college, if you have more people, then there's less attention individually. So that's kind of the give and take to being on a big team.
Matt Glear, we caught a glimpse of the 68 still running in 2nd. Looked like Palazzo pulled off and was on pit road. And still a great skirmish here.
Let's see if Countryman's going to give a second go at DeLucia.
Yeah, Countryman in that red and white number 91 right in the middle of this pack here.
Going under the Sargento Bridge. And this long run down into 5. Countryman try to run around the outside on the last. And
boy, that's a long way to do it here at turn number 5 with the 94 Lucia just in front. He goes wide. Countryman's going to sneak up the inside and grab the spot.
Haley Countryman with a fantastic move, and now DeLucia under pressure from Gabe Kahn behind for 2nd.
Yeah, Kahn really was pushing. Thought it was going to make something happen there as well. Good bit of defense by Lucia there. 9.5 minutes remaining. Formula Race Promotions, FRP, Atlantics, F2000s.
I'm looking at the lap time stat last time around at 2:02 from Dudley Fleck, and then McAleer with the 2-minute flat, dropping 2 seconds on that last lap. We'll see just how much McAleer is still going to have in the tank in these final 10 minutes.
As a race tire manufacturer, I really like to see these fast lap times here. We're halfway towards the end of the race here, and they're actually getting their fast lap times here halfway into the race. The tires aren't giving up, the track's not giving up, and boy, once again, testament to the tires and the drivers, of course.
Well, these guys are pushing it hard too. Great side-by-side run through turn 1. That's for position, and oh boy, Lucia really getting off in the dirt. Gathers it back up and loses a position.
Yeah, the 9 actually of Gabe Kahn in the dirt coming off of 1, and DeLucia holding on to 2nd place in the class. They're coming up to a car that is a F2000 car of Newberg. So
Countryman gets around.
And it looks like DeLucia has gotten around as well. All 3 of them have gone through.
Oh no! Off into the dirt and into the tire barrier. DeLucia just dipped that wheel, got the balance off, and around the car went. That could bring out a full course caution.
Yeah, that was the 9 of Gabe Kahn was the one in the wall there.
Oh, Kahn.
Kahn coming off of the win in F1600. So was on the top of the podium, and then an unfortunate finish for him today. We'll see, looking down at the light, seeing if we're going to have a full course yellow. 7 minutes remaining here. I do see that Brandon Schwartz has gotten to the front of that open class. You see him right there leading over J.R. Smart. So he entered this race having won 5 straight races in that class, as the yellow has been thrown. There's just caution out.
There it is. Full course caution comes. Oh, the 94 is off now too.
Oh boy.
That's Lucci's car there, right?
Yeah, that's Justin DeLucia.
Boy. Avoided one incident and then gets caught up in his own.
Six minutes remaining, so as I was mentioning, Schwartz entering this race 5 consecutive wins for Havoc Motorsport in the open class and leads here. I do wonder just how much racing are we going to get with 6 minutes left. Well, that's the
thing. I mean, we're inside of 6 minutes and we've got 2 cars we've got to pull off. Not sure. Safety team out on the racetrack, going to do everything they can to get them cleaned up and out of the way as fast as they can and maybe get back at it. We'll see. While they take care of that, we'll take care of some business, but we'll be right back to Road America. Stay with us.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
There you see the checkered flag in hand, and our flag man top the flag stand. Just waiting for the field to come around. And Dudley Fleck behind the pace car is going to see the checkered flag and get the win here today. There it is. Unfortunately, under a full course caution, but Fleck had really done a great job here today, Eddie.
Tremendous. Oh, yeah, just from the start, getting the lead and being able to hold it. John McAleer is not an easy guy to have in your rearview mirror, and Fleck did a great job staying composed and taking the race win.
And McAleer will finish in second, and Kinsfader behind them in third.
Yeah, and McAleer, importantly, is going to expand his points lead.
All the way around, though, Jeff, I would say this is a pretty good race until we got to the very end.
Yep, it's not the tires' fault.
No.
Yeah, it's not the tires today.
You did your job.
We brought almost everybody home. So, yeah, it was a great race. I love the Swift 016, Atlantic races. They're the fastest car here and doing great. They did a really good race today.
Eddie, what's in store for these guys over the rest of the weekend? More racing tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to have one more qualifying session and one more race, and that will be all. They do 2 races per race weekend.
Here's a look at your results. Top 10. Fleck taking the win over McAleer and Kinsfader. Short, Smart, Hamilton. Kaylee Countryman did a really nice job pushing hard. Kaylee will finish right there inside the top 10. And on back through the rest of the field. I was wondering what happened to James French because he was right in the thick of things. Started at the front of the field. Ends up finishing 22nd here today. We saw Palazzo go to pit lane earlier, so I'm not sure what the problem was for French. There's a good look at the karting track. And you can see racing going on down there as well.
Yeah, U.S. Pro Kart Series taking part.
Here's a look at the highlights. Good racing throughout Canada Corner. Challenging as always for this. And we will be back tomorrow with more racing with the Formula Race Promotion Series. Hope to see you back here at Road America for that. For Eddie Fuhr from FRP and Jeff Spear from Hoosier, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long for now from Road America. Congratulations, Dudley Fleck. Good night, everybody.